I must admit that I'm very secure with the rector on my right, the dean of my left, because 2 weeks ago it was difficult for us to find a place to welcome you, and with really quick efficiency, we have yes, who was said by your rector and dean. And so if you agree, I give a voice to the rector, and Alexandra, if you want to translate from French. Yeah. So thank you to be here, and thank you for persons who are on Visio. So welcome in this place called Institut Catholique de Paris. And if I don't make fault, I think that Institut Catholique de Paris is open all over the world, if you agree.
Voilà, merci beaucoup Gilles. Et je suis très heureux comme recteur de l'Institut catholique de Paris de vous accueillir ce matin ici, à la salle des actes, au cœur de l'université. C'est une institution que le jeune Pierre de Coubertin a fréquentée comme étudiant.
Welcome everyone, thank you for being here today. We're really pleased to have you. This is an institution that's quite old and has a great story. This is a place where Pierre de Coubertin actually was a student.
Pierre de Coubertin donc, était un enfant du quartier, il a grandi dans le 7e arrondissement de Paris, et c'est ici qu'il a fait ses études de droit, en même temps qu'il a été étudiant à l'Institut de sciences politiques, qui est juste à côté, rue Saint-Guillaume.
Pierre de Coubertin is a resident of the 7th. He was raised and born in this district. He came here to study law. So his degree in law was performed in this very institution, while he was also following some classes at the Institut Politique de Paris.
Alors, lorsque Pierre de Coubertin a été étudiant ici, l'institution était récente encore, puisqu'elle n'avait qu'une dizaine d'années. Donc, comme quoi, Pierre de Coubertin aime bien les lieux de nouveauté, et en tout cas, il est dans cette jeune institution, en même temps que l'Institut d'études politiques de Paris, de même, était une institution récente, deux institutions récentes, dans lesquelles donc, Pierre de Coubertin a étudié notamment le droit et la science politique. Il avait des projets de devenir diplomate, c'était quelque chose qui l'intéressait. On sait ensuite qu'il a évolué vers d'autres choses.
So he did study law. What's interesting to note is that this institution was quite young at the time. It was only 10 years old. And same for the Institut Politique de Paris. This shows that Pierre de Coubertin was really looking for new institutions and organizations. Change and newness was certainly a theme in his life.
En tout cas, c'est alors qu'il était étudiant qu'il a découvert aussi, il s'est intéressé au sport et à l'éducation. Voilà, Pierre de Coubertin était aussi un pédagogue. Donc, les projets de Coubertin qui ont amené à la recréation, la refondation des Jeux Olympiques sont nés alors qu'il était encore étudiant, encore jeune. Donc, voilà, en tout cas, bienvenue ici, dans ce lieu. L'organisation des Jeux Olympiques à Paris, en plus, 100 ans après les Jeux Olympiques de 1924, sont évidemment une occasion très belle de se rencontrer entre différentes nations et très certainement de réfléchir particulièrement sur la question de la paix entre les nations, de ce que les nations peuvent construire ensemble, les peuples peuvent construire ensemble. Et la première condition pour cela, c'est de se rencontrer.
This is a very important chance to remind ourselves of the spirit of Olympism, something that Pierre de Coubertin developed at a very early age, influenced by his studies, mostly here, but also his travels. The idea of Olympism is really about reuniting the world, and this conference is in a way, a very nice testament of the spirit that's still alive. So having all of you today is meaningful. It's about meeting and having these international conversations. So welcome.
Voilà, et en tout cas, le souhait peut-être que je peux faire, c'est que nos différentes institutions, et entre autres les institutions universitaires, celles que j'ai l'honneur de représenter ce matin et les autres qui sont ici, soient des occasions toujours de rencontres entre les différents peuples, de dialogue et de construction de la paix. Voilà, en tout cas, bienvenue à tous ici à l'Institut catholique de Paris et bonne matinée autour de Pierre de Coubertin et de vos réflexions de ce matin.
I wish this event to be a chance to make new meetings and relationship, and those relationships will travel and stay. So may this be a reunion that will start new friendships with all of you who came from far. Welcome again.
As you know, I love symbol. L'année prochaine, l'Institut catholique va fêter ses 150 ans.
Next year, the Catholic Institute is going to celebrate its 150th anniversary.
En 2013, nous avons célébré les 150 ans de la naissance de Pierre de Coubertin.
So we already celebrated in 2013 the 100th anniversary of Pierre de Coubertin's birth.
Et aussi, je me permets de transmettre la médaille de ces 50 ans qui célèbrent l'anniversaire de Pierre de Coubertin, juste pour se remémorer que 2025 will be a great year for Institut Catholic of Paris here.
So I'm very happy to give a medal to celebrate and commemorate these anniversaries to the director of the school.
And perhaps I propose to give the voice to my dean here, because here it's also my academic home. And we have a lot of opportunity to exchange about sport, spirituality, and peace. And so if you want just a few words in French.
Oui. Yeah. Est-ce que je commence maintenant?
When he begins, we don't know when he stops. So I propose that Augustin will end this morning and to give you some perspective for the future.
Parce que je ne peux pas parler après le recteur.
He's saying, you know, I can't really speak after the rector. This is a bit of pressure.
Okay.
He'll speak later.
Yeah. Non, à la fin. J'ai dit que comme tu étais bavard.
Et comme j'étais bavard, oui, j'ai compris.
Oh, mine is just to say good morning again. Bonjour. It is a great privilege to be in your midst and to be hosted in this manner. At a personal level, this is an experience that I wouldn't want to exchange for anything. For our University of the Western Cape, it is opening up this whole new chapter of being part of this global movement where we can take the values that we are sharing here and institutionalize them at a higher level. It is such a privilege. The networks that are here, each one of you, we are very thankful. And we are also so privileged to be closely associated in this manner with the Pierre Coubertin. Okay, my tongue and pronunciation, the family, the association, but all the resources, you know, the World Library that we have, and each one of you, the networks, we are really appreciative. And we know for us in the university in South Africa, it will be a new era. We are never going to be the same given this exposure that we are having. We are so thankful. And this is just a little token to say thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mbase, will you welcome us on behalf of the embassy as well?
Master of Ceremonies, good morning everyone. I had a few words prepared. I was fortunate to have been part of this conference yesterday, and I walked away with a few lessons. to the Family Association, Alexandra, to both the committees in France and in South Africa, to the UNESCO Chair. These two twins are the ones who brought us together, who made it possible for us to be here. Yesterday, we were hosted in the mayor's office, which was wonderful, beautiful experience. And today, we have an opportunity to be in these hallowed walls, which have produced a number of young people who became leaders of the world. The Embassy of South Africa in France and the permanent delegation to UNESCO was pleased to learn of this important conference that has been arranged on the eve of the 2024 Olympic Games to bring together a host of international organizations that are all related to education, peace, and development through sport. I learned yesterday that 71 countries are represented, and a number of people joined us online, which was commendable. We particularly wish to express our appreciation to the Family Association and the University of Western Cape for their contribution to hosting the conference, and to congratulate our very own UNESCO Chair for Sport Development, Peace, and Olympic Education, Professor Kim, for all the hard work undertaken to ensure the success of this conference. We are further happy to see that the conference is concentrating on the education of Olympic and Paralympic values, youth and education skills development in Africa, the important role of sport in mental health and well-being, and the value of sport in contributing towards peace and development. For a country such as South Africa and many other countries facing developmental challenges, the theme of this conference carries great significance. In the 30th year of our anniversary, of our democracy, we all recall how the first president of South Africa, the late Madiba, joined our rugby team on the field following our team's success at the 1995 Rugby World Cup. He held the Rugby World Cup trophy high. This gesture of President Mandela and subsequent presidents of our country is symbolic in nature, as it signifies the priority afforded by our government to reconciliation and nation building. Sport continues to build the united and cohesive South Africa that we desire. And this has been witnessed in the Springboks' record-breaking Rugby World Cup victories, as well as in our football team, Bafana Bafana's improved performance at the last African Cup of Nations, and the Proteas, particularly women's team, the national cricket team in the T20 World Cup. As I'm sure many of you can attest, these large sporting events bring our nation together in support of our national team and national focus. Similarly, our athletes, swimmers, both in the Olympics and Paralympics, continue to make us proud and continue to support us in our journey of healing from the past injustices and overcoming current challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, these examples, as well as the outcome of research, have shown that sport can be utilized as a mechanism to inspire and unite communities, and in so doing, give expression to the very essence of a united and winning nation. As indicated by writers, the post-apartheid era in South Africa consistently utilized as an avenue to foster social change and unite South Africans across the divides of race, class, and gender. the role of sport in various skill sets, such as communication, collaboration, and understanding within the game, as well as the national pride and unity that is promoted when national teams and athletes are successful in their various disciplines. Sport, therefore, contributes to achieving a healthy society and fostering unity within the multi-ethnic and diverse society. As a result of the visible impact that sport has in building social cohesion, the South African government has been working hard at deepening the role of sport, arts, and culture in communities. The most important principle is to develop sport at grassroots level by building multi-purpose sports facilities amongst rural communities and schools. I'm certain that many of our children across South Africa and the continent will be eagerly watching the Olympic and Paralympics to see how their heroes perform and for them to dream of one day also having the possibility to participate in the games. The late former President Mandela said that sport can unite all of us in ways that little else can. Let us therefore endeavor to continue to use sport to strengthen, unify, build, particularly social cohesion, both nationally and globally. I thank you.
Thank you so much, dignitaries. And can I just, while you're standing, just for one moment, acknowledge we have a very special guest in the house. We're very honored, besides the dignitary on the stand, to also welcome the Sports Minister of the Gambia, the Honorable Minister Baji, and the Permanent Secretary, Ms. Nji, both sitting right here. Welcome, very, very warm welcome in the house, and we have a little time later on to get to know each other. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Well, a warm welcome from Alexandra and myself as well. It's good to see you back. It's good to see some new faces. And we go straight in because we do have an online crowd that is waiting also for the presentations. And I would like to start actually looking back yesterday, coming from all the summaries that we heard from Christo, going right back into two very important presentations this morning. The one is by the IOC, by Mr. Ollie Dudfield on the Olympism 365, advancing the contribution of sport and of Olympism to sustainable development. And then he will be followed by UNESCO's Chief Philip Müller-Wurth, who is the chief of the sports section, who has joined us as well, on UNESCO's priorities on the role of sport for the next decade in the global context. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together while the two gentlemen are joining us on the stage. Let me introduce them a little bit more in detail. So Ollie Dudfield is the Associate Director, Olympism 365 International Olympic Committee. He oversees the implementation of the International Olympic Committee's Olympism 365 strategy that is focused on strengthening the role of sport as an important enabler to the Sustainable Development Goals. Through Olympism 365, the IOC connects and supports sports and sustainable development initiatives in order to harness the transformative potential of sport and Olympism to positively impact lives and communities. Prior to joining the International Olympic Committee, he held leadership roles in the Sport for Development Coalition and the Commonwealth Secretariat Sports for Development and Peace Unit. In these roles, he supported sporting bodies, governments, and civil society organizations to enhance the contribution of sport to sustainable economic, social, and environmental development. Ollie is the author of multiple publications on sport and development. He started his career in basketball, working as a coach and technical director in the national systems in Australia and New Zealand. We are really happy to have you. It's wonderful to have been working in various sectors with you. And yeah, we are happy to hear about the new strategies and the IOC's plans, perspectives. Thank you so much. And I think there is a movie in the beginning. Or
No.
not?
Thanks, Mary, and thanks, Alexander. Thanks to the organisers for the invitation. There's an iconic Pierre de Coubertin T-shirt range in the Olympic Museum shop, and it boldly declares on the T-shirt some of the key elements of Pierre de Coubertin's philosophy. There's a number of them that come from his writing well over a century ago. My favourite by far is the shirt that proclaims all sport for all people, all sport for all people. There's two other quotes from Pierre de Coubertin which aren't on the T-shirts, but I think I would possibly buy them if they were. In no way can sport be considered a luxury object. And then a particular, I suppose, relevant for the time, relevant looking through the worldview, sport must be accessible to working class youth. All sport for all people. In no way can sport be considered a luxury object. Sport must be accessible to working class youth. Now, a good question to start today is if there was a T-shirt made with your individual philosophy around sport, around Olympism, what exactly would it say on your T-shirt? Let's go back to those quotes from Pierre de Coubertin. We might have an example right here.
I didn't know what he was saying.
We didn't line this up, I promise, I promise. So we saw recent figures from World Health Organization, 1 in 3 adults not sufficiently physically active to get health benefits. Add this to the 80% of adolescents who also fall into that category, with, in both cases, significant gender imbalance. It's actually 85% of adolescent girls and 34% of women not sufficiently active. And there's other inequalities based on geographic, based on education, and based on social economic status. So in some ways, we see the same relevance of these quotes from the T-shirt from well over a century ago to today. But if we zoom out to the global context, the broader global context, are they still relevant? This issue of sport being or not being a luxury object, Olympism being or not being a luxury object. The latest UN Sustainable Development Goal report speaks about intersecting and catalytic global challenges: climate, conflict, cost of living, food security. Only 15% of the Sustainable Development Goals are on track. So in this context, there is 2 avenues. We either say in this complexity, access to sport, access to the benefits of sport, access to the benefits of Olympism is, as it may have been considered well over a century ago by some people, a luxury, or the second avenue. In this complex and challenging global context, we need to mobilise all the assets at our disposal to respond. And sport and Olympism, safe, inclusive, sustainable sport and Olympism-based approaches are among those assets. Now, tomorrow we will see, or tonight actually, tonight we will see the opening of the first Olympics that has gender equity on the field of play, where 95% of the venues are either existing or will be reused. Games that has been a catalyst for 30 minutes of activity, movement a day in all 36,000 primary schools across the country, and the games projected to result in a multi-billion-dollar net economic benefit. So here in France, it's taken the second avenue. This is a key asset that we need to mobilise. But what about beyond France, beyond Paris? Last night, the inaugural Sport and Sustainable Development Summit was held, convened at the invitation of French President Emmanuel Macron and IOC President Thomas Bach, supported by the French Development Agency. Hundreds of participants, heads of state, heads of international organisations, public banks, members of the Olympic movement, athletes, civil society organisations. An outcome was the Paris Agreement on Sport and Sustainable Development, which included a series of commitments around education and employment, health, equality and social inclusion, sustainability and financing. Somehow this commitment, this outcome was in some ways a T-shirt slogan for those gathered there. But I want to zero into the last area, financing. So from the IOC side, the budget dedicated to Olympic solidarity programs has been increased to 650 million. But most importantly, this includes a 15% increase for the next 4 years to support the IOC strategy to strengthen the role of sport and Olympism as a response to these conflicting global issues as a contributor to the SDGs. Public development banks, who are in this Sport for Sustainable Development Coalition as part of the Financing Common Coalition, committed US $10 billion at domestic and international level for grassroots sport, infrastructure, and programming up to 2030. And the first Impact Fund for Development through Sport was initiated and was presented for financial endowment at the G7 ministerial meeting and then at the Financing Common Summit next year. So these commitments also point to the second avenue, mobilising this asset, using this asset to respond. But it also raises a further question. This one's not going to be about the T-shirt. How do we capitalise on this momentum? How do we really strengthen and advance the use of this asset? This is the question the IOC asked in framing our strategy, our entry point to work more substantially in this area. And there are three answers that we came up with, perhaps 3 T-shirt slogans. First, sport, more than sport. Second, together, we can't do this alone. Third, and excuse if this is a bit provocative, we're in Chatham House rules or Catholic University rules, plus everyone online. It's the system, stupid. Sport, more than sport. Together, we can't do this alone. It's the system, stupid. And I want to give you a concrete example of this if video is working okay. Please. It's the system. It's the system. It's the system. Please.
Sport transforms lives. The costs are low, the impact is high. 1 in 4 young people globally are not in education, employment, or training. We are building a network where sport provides essential skills to help our youth advance in their education and careers.
That has been our main reason for making us which includes staying in school.
volunteers coming our youth assisted coach.
A través del deporte aprendo a escuchar y a respetar a los demás.
The world is facing a youth education and employment crisis. By funding sport-based programs and adopting public policies, sport can be integrated into education and training to empower future generations. Faster, higher, stronger, together.
So 3 areas demonstrated or as an example there. First, sport more than sport. 1 in 4 young people not in education, employment and training. So of course we have sport, we have understanding of Olympism, Olympic values type education outcomes, but really gearing this towards these wider outcomes that sport can contribute to is absolutely critical. And it's a pillar of the strategic approach of the IOC to this work. Or more technically, sport more than sport, or an outcome-focused approach, not just in education and livelihoods, also in health, gender equality and social inclusion, safer communities, urban development and innovation, underpinned by safe, inclusive and sustainable approaches. Sport more than sport, or an outcome-focused approach. Number 2, we can't do this alone, or a fundamental commitment to collective action. You saw there a global network made up of 58 organisations delivering concretely across 26 countries, on track by end of 2026 to reach 70,000 young people, supporting them towards more positive education and livelihood outcomes. This is one of 12 consortia that have been established with this collective action model, not unilateral, not bilateral, and in a philosophy of many to many. A range of networks, a range of consortia that can deliver in their context or their region, but with a fundamental commitment to moving away from single organisation programs to networks, to collectives, to alliances, and a range of these to really take this second avenue, maximising the use of this asset. Number 3, the little provocative one, and the final T-shirt slogan. Now, political scientists among us will know that it was James Carville in '92, who was a strategist in Clinton's election campaign, who said, "It's the economy, stupid." Well, I think if we take this philosophy and say, in terms of this second avenue, maximising the use of this asset, sport and Olympism, it's the system. It's the system. Moving away from single disconnected projects and understanding the interconnectivity between the different aspects of the system. The Alliance for Health Policy and Systems Research, which is a WHO-driven initiative to strengthen health systems in low and middle income countries, defines a systems approach as an approach to problem solving that views problems as part of a wider dynamic system. It prioritises the linkages, relationships, interactions, and interdependence among the components of a system. The linkages, relationships, interactions, and interdependencies among the components of a system. Concretely and practically, that's translated into allocating resource for community projects, connecting the resource to resource which is allocated to institutional capacity building, connecting that resource to resource which is allocated to creating insights to support policy development across a whole range of sectors, and connecting that to resource which is allocated to campaigns using behaviour change messaging to challenge social attitudes around sport, physical activity, physical education, Olympism, and around some of these other social issues, outcome-based issues that we're focusing on. Connecting community programs to institutional capacity building, to policy development, to social attitude change, the different levels of this system. And so, in response to the question, how do we take this second avenue? How is the IOC taking this second avenue with our strategy, which is an entry point to work with a whole range of global, regional, and local actors on this issue of maximising the use of this asset? 3 responses. Sport more than sport, or an outcome-focused approach. Number two, together, we can't do it alone or collective action. And number three, it's the system. Stupid. Drawing on James Carville's comments, really looking at a systems-based approach and the interlinkages across that system. So with that, I'll close again with the opening question. If you have the next range of T-shirts in the Olympic Museum shop, a good area to reflect on what's going to be on your T-shirt. Thank you.
This is a very creative homework for you to do, actually. I think at the next meeting, you all come with your individual T-shirt. Like I came by in my life, there are no coincidences, and I actually wanted to wear a dress, but the rain stopped me. And then I thought, this is really appropriate today. So I have my T-shirt already. So the homework from Ollie is actually come with your T-shirt next time. We will have more, and then we'll just see. We might just have a new Olympic movement, a T-shirt movement, where we see what is important and what also makes impact in our individual respective environments. Thank you so much for this thought-provoking, as always, questions that we will reflect on a bit later also with the Africa panel. And yeah, and questions, please, after the panel then. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ollie. We welcome our next guest and a little bit more about Philip. Philip holds an MBA in Economic and Finance. His career in UNESCO since 1991 evolved around three areas, namely partnerships with the business community, institutional communication and branding, and sport policy. His current work enters on UNESCO's Fit for Life Sport Alliance, which is developing cutting-edge data and tools for member states to fully realize the potential of investment in sport for development. Philip coordinated UNESCO's last three World Conferences of Sports Ministers, MINEPS 5 in Berlin in 2013, 6 in Kazan, and MINEPS 7 in Baku in 2023. He chaired the revision of the International Charter of Physical Education, Physical Activity and Sport in 2015, and he serves as Secretary of UNESCO's Intergovernmental Committee for Physical Education and Sports CSHEPs. Philip, thank you so much for taking time out. You have the closest actually here compared to where we come from, but it's wonderful to have you this morning. Over to you.
Thanks. Hello. Thank you very much, Marion, Alexandra, for having me here this morning. It's actually been closed. It's relative these days in Paris. I had to change my metro train because there was a luggage suspected to be a bomb, and so I had to quite an endeavor to get from one place to another these days in Paris. If you have a bicycle and are supposed to follow a Formula One car, you're in a quite difficult position, and this is happening when I'm supposed to speak after Ollie. Thank you, Marion and Alexandra, for putting things up this way, but I'm trying to be up to the challenge. I would like to talk about values, resources, and results. We start with values, and there's a great alignment, as you know, between the two families, the Olympic family and the UN family. And there's historical common roots. The values that Pierre de Coubertin defined and the Olympic Charter enshrines were defined in light of a war, the First World War that just had happened, while UNESCO's and the UN's values were defined after the Second World War. And that explains a very clear language. In these texts nowadays, it would be impossible to say these things anymore in the way they're stated in UNESCO's constitution and in the Olympic Charter. There's also common roots in France with respect to the Declaration of Human Rights. That has been a fundament for the UN Charter of Human Rights. So we have common roots when it comes to values. And we have two different families. Marion represents membership in both. You can be a member of both families, but they're very distinct families and with quite distinct roles when it comes to sport for development. In the mid-70s, the governments of the world observed that sport became commercial, international, and professional, and that's when they thought we need an organization to ensure that sport remains a public good, that remains integer, and that it remains accessible to all and delivers the mainly educational functions that are unique to sport. And this is where UNESCO created all the different instruments that make it the UN lead organization for sport, the Global Conference of Sport Ministers, MINEPS. All these acronyms are from the French era of UNESCO under René Maheu, our Director General, CJEPS, the Intergovernmental Committee, and the International Charter for Physical Education and Sport. This international charter was revised in 2015, and the IOC hosted one of the most important sessions for this revision at their headquarters. So, and Thomas Bach at the time supported this work, and we publicized his comment on the great importance of this international charter as a soft standard, but still as a standard for what sport should be all about, how it should be organized. So the values are defined, but what are these values if you do not implement them? And this is, I think, a core discussion that we should share. We all, I think, in the room share these values. I don't need to repeat them. They're very closely aligned with human rights. In 2015, we have been revising mainly parts concerning gender equality, which in 1976 was not on the forefront of the then drafters of the Charter, and the inclusion of persons with disabilities that was completely absent from the original 1976 Charter. What are values is we don't make them realities. In 2021, we launched the Fit for Life Sport Initiative at the occasion of UNESCO's General Conference. And it was in the shock context of the COVID pandemic. We observed that states in a very short time were capable of allocating trillions of dollars for recovery plans, but that almost nothing, no percentage of these recovery plans included physical education, physical activity, or grassroots sport. And that was a real shock to observe, while we had data and evidence that sport is one of the main means to improve physical, mental, and social resilience of people in situations such as COVID. So this discrepancy was a sort of shock to observe, and we try to explain ourselves very clearly. How come? How come sport is not on the radar? Grassroots sport participation in sport is not on the radar when it is a solution to exactly the problem that we are facing. And of course, the answer is, this is what do policy makers, investors, and decision makers see when they think of sport? They see Olympic Games, the FIFA World Cup, very wealthy sport ecosystems. And they think, if I have to give my money, why would I give it to something where there is already so much money? And that perception is still our problem in the sport for development era, the misperception of sport that is generated by the portraying of sport in the media. Sport is a very wealthy ecosystem. So how do we change that? How do we change perception? How do we go about convincing those who have the resources to fund sport for development, start being aware of what sport can deliver? And Olli has mentioned different areas in education, in health. We have very solid data in health, need much more data in mental health, which is a skyrocketing issue around the world. We have quite solid data in terms of education, and we are now have just published a report on the social impact of sport that tries to analyze and provide the most robust evidence to decision makers in terms of different developmental benefits that sport can deliver. So if we want to move the needle, if we want to move away from quoting Nelson Mandela, who has says the nicest and best words you can possibly say about the power of sport, it hasn't changed the needle. If we want to move the needle for decision makers, investors, policy makers to understand where the power of sport actually is, we need data, we need evidence, and evidence that is relevant to them. So we, as Fit for Life's core component, is trying to develop a common language about the impact sport has on non-sport outcomes directed to non-sport actors. We have been spending too much time over the last decades to repeating to ourselves how important sport is, but we have to have the people in the room who actually are not yet aware and need to be convinced. And so we, over the last 3 years, have been sitting a lot together with the IOC in different multi-stakeholder consortia, the Development Bank's Coalition for Sport, and others. We need to talk to those who have the resources to equip you sport ministers, our owners and clients. You are the ones who tell us what to do. You have been the ones who put Fit for Life into action at the last World Conference of Sport Ministers. You told us we need impact investments in sport. We need to make the case for sport, not just the business case, but also the government case, because who can invest in sport? Not the sport ministries. We know their budgets. You have to organize competitions. The health ministers, the education ministers, the employment and labor ministers, the finance ministers have to be aware that sport is a case that delivers against their objectives. We need to help sport ministers to make that case with data they can use to go and see their colleagues in governments to say, you need to think of sport as a part of the solution and a more efficient part of the solution for your objectives. Others are development banks, public development banks, but there's a huge new trend in the development field, which is social investment, impact investment, where you actually, it might sound very cynical, can earn money by doing good. So if that would be true, and we try and prove it, it may be a big hope for the world. If you can profit from helping people, that may be a real game changer. And there's trends in the financial markets that actually point to this direction. And it's a very innovative agenda where sport for development is a proposition that is very relevant because you can purpose it for so many different circumstances, contexts, and development objectives that investors start waking up to the potential of using sport to deliver health, education, youth empowerment, employment, and you all in the room know different examples of how that works. So our role, as given to us by sport ministers, is to make the case, the business and the government case for sport for development. Results. We need to drive and measure very clearly how we actually impact people and societies through sport. And that again coincides with what I just mentioned, the impact investment arena, where investors say, I will not invest in infrastructures, I will not invest in services, I invest in the diminution of early pregnancies, in the diminution of unwanted marriages, in the diminution of dropout rates in schools, in the increase of performance and academic attainment in schools, in gender equality indicators. This is what I want to invest in. How we get there is a secondary issue. And so that is a very fundamental change for all of us, including UNESCO, to try and articulate what we actually want to achieve and together the stakeholders, Oli mentioned coalitions, around what is it actually we want to achieve and how do we work together achieving it and how will we measure that we have achieved it and how do we agree on these measurements with the investors, not by ourselves, not defining from the sport movement. These are the results we want to achieve. Can you please fund what we want to achieve is bring the development bank, bring the education minister, bring the mayor to the table and say, in what result would you invest? What result is on your agenda? And on which conditions would you work with sport ministers and sport authorities and sports organizations, sport for development organizations? On which conditions would you invest according to the results you need to achieve? It's a real change agenda. We have hosted this week a two-day conference with 1,000 participants, 50 sport ministers. I hope you had a chance to join us, I'm not sure. Where we discussed these issues with a whole day devoted to social impact of sport and new investment models, helping, again, public sport authorities to resource themselves. We are much aware. You can't ask the sport ministers to deliver on all these things. You are not the ones who can do this without being properly resourced. And you are the main advocates within governments to make the case for sport. And you need to be equipped by data, by resources. And this is what we are doing, for example, with the social impact of sport report, with a global status report on physical education that is alarming. More than 60% of our member states spend less than 2% of their education budgets for physical education. Just one figure. With a gender game plan that brings together all the resources, different stakeholders need to work better together to ensure gender equality within and through sport. Sport is one of the sectors where disparities, gender disparities, are the highest in terms of participation, representation, direction, pay, and media coverage. In spite of the parity, good news that we have achieved in the Olympic Games. There's a lot of work to be done. And also there is a pandemic in sport that we need to address consequently, which is mental and physical abuse, of which girls and women are the first victims. And it is systemic. It is concerning millions of participants. And it is time that governments not only spend their resources for fighting doping, but that they actually consider safeguarding as the top priority. Because if we are harming through sport systematically, it is quite difficult to make the case for it to help people. This is in summary what we try to do through Fit for Life. We had these 2-day conferences, and I think, again, same as 0365, we believe in partnerships, but we strongly believe that the role of sport ministers will change, must change. They are the brokers of knowledge and data within their governments, and they actually should be the brokers of partnerships. Whenever you talk to investors, public and private, in sport, you will one moment or another need to go to your sport minister in the country who has the authority to decide on who are the correct partners, the NGOs that deliver services, how to engage with sports organizations. And so we need to step up the profile of sport authorities. And as we are the house, UNESCO is the house of sport ministers, this is very high on our agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Philip. What makes me really excited is this conversation, because a couple of years ago, this conversation would not have happened in the way it is happening now. And also in terms of the really focus of collaboration in terms of the bigger picture. Well, Philip.
Marion, as I'm improvising here, I always forget something and asked a second time for the floor with my bicycle. Core element is research and education, right? This is why people like Marion are so central to what we are doing. Fit for Life Knowledge and Innovation Network tries to build capacity in different sport for development areas. I commend Marion on that work she's conducting right now in Africa with respect to academic networks we really need in terms of teaching and researching all around the world. And I wanted to make that case because it's all about evidence-based policymaking, and we need the best possible evidence at all parts of the world in all the fields of sport for development. So applause for that, Marion.
Thank you so much, Philip. On that as well, UNESCO chairs in Africa, directors of Olympic study centers in Africa, very similar kind of research, very similar kind of mission and vision that we have. So this kind of conversation, alliance, collaboration, together with everybody that is here, which are the universities. We have different universities. We also have, for example, the Global Observatory of Gender, Equality of Sport here. We have the Pierre de Coubertin presidents here and Family Association. In essence, it really is about, the need is so big. And we all have to contribute because we have a shelf life. We are only here for the next couple of years, and then what? So the succession planning, the handing over is really important. So yesterday's discussion was crucial of not only looking at the infrastructure and the facilities and everything that the sports minister is talking about and is needed, but also what Philip just also said and Oli also said, it's about the education. It's about changing the mindset in schools, that principals see that physical education is essential. Otherwise, there is no foundation. How would you even get your athletes if you do not have physical education as a compulsory subject in school? So these kind of questions, it's a mindset change in a lot of things, more so than an infrastructure, a facility, whatever. If the mindset is not changed, you can have all the facilities and infrastructure and we will not make a difference. So these discussions are crucial. I'm really delighted to have both of you here. We will deliberate more throughout the day. We also will do a report and the resolution and we will hand it in to the stakeholders here. And also the initiative that both partners support, which is the African Mapping Project, where Crystal is involved, which is capacity building on the continent. Yoro is, Yabdun, others that are already involved in capacity building research, getting the data that Philip is speaking about, but also implementing the OSCE's policies and vision and mission. Also always to take into consideration, we're looking at the Olympic values and the Paralympic values. We have the OVIP, as we heard yesterday, we have the I Am Possible, we have the Fit for Life, we have other programs here. And the more the merrier. The most important thing is that people know what is happening, that we know what everybody is doing and where we can link in. So thank you so very much for sharing that this morning. I know Philip has to run, so I'm allowing 1 or 2 questions because for here, and then we do the panel a bit later, but I think it's crucial that people have this opportunity. So there's 1 question at the back and 1 question on the side. Please tell us who you are and
Thank you for your presentations and even more so for the work that you do. One of the things we do in the academic world too much is passivity. I think what is important along with getting data is being active in implementing things that create the type of data that is meaningful. And in sport, I think one of the important things is that you do things in the game. I don't know if you've seen the footballs that have been created that integrate the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Have you seen those football, soccer balls? I mean, one of the things that the UN could do is start getting those on every field and in every school. So it's not just people talking about these things, but actually kids are actually touching it, feeling it, kicking it. And then you have some opportunity to teach to it, to do some analysis about it, to engage both in data gathering through it. And on the Olympic side, I mean, we have a missed opportunity coming up even today. When you talk about the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the connections between the UN and the IOC, it's very critical. But if you ask all the athletes, who is Coubertin, or what are the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals, you may not get the answer that you're looking for. I would suggest that in the future, it might be something in terms of creating a method to engage. It's not just as a university professor, if we don't require it and we're not going to test on it, I guarantee you that the students won't read it or care about it. I would suggest that in the future, it may be useful to, in the application to attend the Olympics for coaches and athletes, that there be a question with a drop down, which of the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals do you see as critical, and what have you done, will you do to impact them? Then you start having every single athlete, without having to take too much time, because they're really responsible for their sport, to engage in the things that you say are important, and then later you can gather the type of data that makes a difference. Thank you.
Eric, you just introduce yourself, because but not everybody else.
Oh, and I changed my shirt for you.
I did note that.
Everyone needs to see your t-shirt. This is a good line.
There we go. So what do you think?
I like that one.
You like this one?
Yeah.
Nice.
And again, it wasn't set up, I promise.
As far as I know. Gary Rhodes, I'm a professor in California at California State University at Dominguez Hills. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Gary. There was 1 question here, and then over to Izim. Oh, Liko, I would like to acknowledge the UNESCO Commission from South Africa.
Yes.
Liko Botterman, he flew in yesterday to join us.
Should I stand here?
Yes.
He's been spilling water since yesterday. Now he's moving people around. Thank you so much for that enriching information. You know, when you started to talk about gender equality within this space, okay, my name is Liko Botterman. I'm from the National UNESCO Commission in South Africa, and I'm working for the Department of Basic Education there. I started to get triggered, Marion, about the current issues that we're dealing with in South Africa in school sports, even in the arts and culture space for that matter, because it's under one basket in our country. In as far as gender equality is concerned, I think at the moment, I could say that we've made really good strides in terms of pushing young women and girls into the sport and enrichment programs in education. And in fact, girls' sports and girls' participation in physical education has been taken quite into consideration. Also, issues around menstrual health management within that space, that whole interface. But I think what we have not mastered very well is the kind of practice and implementation when it comes to gender diverse children. And here we're talking about transgender children and children who come with intersex bodies into our schools. I wanted to find out what kind of technical guidance can we give into that space so that we're able to give direction and formation, strategic formation, so that there is no exclusion of children with diverse sexual and gender identities in sport. Thank you.
Thank you, Liko. We allow the third question, and then I ask both of them to answer. Yazim, you had one? Introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is, sorry.
This is for the online.
Participants, we have some people
Okay.
coming.
Hello, my name is Yeşim Albayrak. I'm from Istanbul, Turkey, from Haliç University. I'm just a university assistant professor, not representing any organization, just my university. I would like to thank you, first of all. It's for me as a teacher, a great opportunity to see you here in person and what we have been through, what we have been doing in our lessons. So since last year, beginning of 2023, I put an elective course about sustainable development goals, sports and education. I'm supervising it for 2 years now. And this makes me feel that I am somehow in a right way and also I have the ability to see what I need to more focus on right now. And yeah, I just want to thank you and in person that what you make up to this point makes sense as educators to us. And I'm sure that I'm on the Department of Teachers Education as well. And now my students, when they graduate, they will know what the sustainable development goals, how, for example, sport can create new opportunities when they graduate, and what kind of industries or areas they can work in order to stop poverty, for example, or education or gender equality. I just wanted to thank you and want to happy to be here in person. Thank you. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Sim. These connections are important because, I mean, we're going back, we're training, and our students go back into the communities they come from and make a difference. So the connectedness with being on the ground was also mentioned yesterday. We have obviously the high-profile meetings, but we have the other meetings where we have day-to-day issues in schools and education institutions. Any one of you,
Yes.
either Gary's Liko, or anything you think? Oh, you have your eye.
Yeah, again, I should have taken the floor a third time because, of course, a core subject of UNESCO in connection with sport is education. And yesterday at the summit that President Macron and President Bach co-organized, Audrey Azoulay, our Director General, made a pledge to step up UNESCO's efforts in the training of educators, both teachers in schools, but also coaches outside schools, in terms of values education through sport, peace education through sport, inclusive education through sport. And we do understand also from our global surveys that there's a real need to step up investments, again, public investments into this area. And so education, we consider this as a core part of UNESCO's role, as we have this education mandate around the world. And the Director General has a strong legacy when it comes to peace education altogether. And she is very strongly committed to make much more use of sport and the training of coaches and educators to deliver and use sport as a vehicle for transmitting values of inclusivity, including adapted education when it comes to different audiences in terms of sexual orientation, in terms of ability, in terms of gender. All these programs need to be adjusted to the specific context and to be tailored towards specific needs of the learners. And so this is something UNESCO is doing in all fields of education, and it is our competency and our commitment to step up the same in the field of sport.
Two reflections from my side, and thank you for both the inputs and the questions. First is depth of change, and second one is frameworks and linkages outside of sport. To say about depth of change, and probably in response to the question around the type of data to collect, the type of response or impact we want in communities with athletes, with the entourage around the athletes, you can move from knowledge about to behaviours towards to change of circumstance. And let me give you an example. One of the SDGs that are on the football, the UN football, is SDG 16. SDG 16.2 is about the elimination of all violence against children, regardless of the children's gender identity, regardless of their social or economic background. Now, of course, having knowledge about your rights, the people around the young person participating in sport having the knowledge about what is not appropriate behaviour, what is or is not appropriate responses to young people within that cultural context is absolutely critical. But then so is actually a change of attitude and behaviour of the coaches, of the people in the community around that coach, around the teacher, around the youth leader who is working with the young person. And then ultimately want to change in circumstance. When we ask young people and we see the prevalence rate around harm, interpersonal harm and violence in sport, we need that to go down. So I think when we start to talk about what sort of data we want to collect, what sort of information, what sort of impact we want to see, yes, knowledge about the SDGs, knowledge about Olympic values is important, but change of behaviour towards realising those, and then actually the change in circumstance to experiencing those is actually where we want to get as the outcome and what we need to, in a way, measure. And we talk about that depth of change. The first is the easiest. The third depth is the one that is real impact, but the most complex. Then we go to point 2 in terms of frameworks and linkages. This is in relation to reducing interpersonal harm and violence within and through sport, in terms of ensuring people of diverse gender identity, diverse social identity, diverse ethnic identity are included, safe, and benefit from sport. We need to look outside of sport. There is expertise, there is understanding of the complexity of these issues and how to respond to them fairly and inclusively outside of sport. The UN Women Sport for Generation Equality framework sets out 6 key principles to drive equality within and through sport. Of course, there's equitable leadership, there's equitable participation, but there's also the issue of gender-sensitive budgeting, gender-sensitive financing. There's the issue of portrayal. How do we portray gender diversity in all its forms, in media, in our own documentation, in our own presentation? There is the critical issue, and we've discussed a number of times, reducing violence, reducing interpersonal violence in and through sport. And then there's disaggregated monitoring. So we know this depth of change is being experienced by who and what's their identity, whether it's relation to gender, disability, social or economic or ethnic background. And that's a framework that comes from entities outside of the sports sector. A very concrete example in the Pacific, the Oceania National Olympic Committee, UN Women, Australian Government Sport for Development Program, and the IOC are working on a regional sport, equality and inclusive communities impact network. One of the objectives is improve knowledge and understanding and change of behaviour around safeguarding in and through sport. Last year, we brought NGOs, sport organisations, but also those entities within different Pacific countries that work on supporting people who have experienced gender-based violence in society together. And that linkage between the sport actors and the agencies within the Pacific, within that cultural context, to support people who experience gender-based violence, interpersonal violence, created a nexus that enabled that exchange of knowledge, exchange of practice, but also a very concrete support mechanism for the sport movement. And that's part of the commitment from the IOC over the next quad to invest 10 million US in strengthening the response to interpersonal violence within and through sport. And probably some of you may have heard some elements of that unpacked further. But critical to that is bringing the sport movement and those outside the sport movement together to look to get to that depth of change, which is a change in circumstance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, the importance of safeguarding and anti-bullying, it starts early, it goes all the way through school. I have a 15-year-old, and I often hear if you're not part of the bullies, you get bullied. And so we have these discussions at home, I'm sure all of you have, that have children, nieces, and so it's not to be underestimated. And our work in South Africa with a safeguarding and anti-bullying combination has really helped with the teachers as well. But it's very crucial in every setting. So thank you for highlighting that as well. Maybe just one quick check with the online people. All good. Okay. Thank you so much. And you would have to take it in which you have to look in the time. Leandro has a question. The table tennis federations do have questions, but maybe we can do that a little bit later. Thank you so much, both presenters. We'll give them a round of applause. And thank you. Picture and also Gilles with both of the gentlemen, because they're so busy, to have them here at the same time is very, very unusual.
Thank you, Marion.
Thank you.
That's appreciated.
It's for your cell phone, if you don't have it on your ear.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, while they're taking pictures, for those that want to connect to Wi-Fi, for those that want to connect to Wi-Fi, there's free Wi-Fi available. Just pick Wi-Fi in white exteriors, Wi-Fi in white exteriors. When you connect to the Wi-Fi, you can choose, click on you are not registered. Under you are not registered, there's a button, click here to activate your Wi-Fi. You just click the buttons and you get connected. Thank you. Wi-Fi in white exteriors. Yeah, okay.
While Philip has to run, we say goodbye and we ask the panel representative for the next panel to join me. Please come up. My co-chair, please come up. And Alexandra, we have Dr. Shivanda online. Bella Pitugo, Lyndon, please join me in front. Lombe and Ben. I will stand. 1, 2, 3, 4,
May I use this
5.
one so that I can sit next to
Yes. Knock on each other.
So you have a
Yes,
introduction.
Yes. Yeah, that's why it's good.
Thank you as well for being here.
Yeah, I'm not early and not there. Just...
No, I heard you yesterday. You were a historian.
And I'm going to try to give my family kind of perspective on the history of Coubertin in Africa.
Yes.
We'll see what you might get.
Oh, yes.
Hi. I saw you coming in. So I can help you. Yes, how are you? Very nice to see you. I was basically wonderful. Yes, finally, exactly. Glad to be here.
I don't feel like it, but I did see him yesterday and he said he was gonna come. But if he
not,
doesn't,
making a plan.
I'll just do it.
We'll do it.
I said to
We'll
him
set you up with somebody else.
oh, I can just do it.
Yes,
I know, I mean,
no,
I'm not going to do it on my own.
We have always two chairs in our session.
Okay.
Mostly gender balance, so I might
Yeah,
ask.
okay, but I think he said he was gonna come up, he's saying.
Okay, no problem. You're saying what?
Oh, so we getting, one more chair?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Monday.
And I have to do you.
The long one. You have a no. I didn't send you this one. You sent.
Any more? Yeah, go.
It's fine. No, this one.
We found the chair.
You can sit here. Down.
No, but come sit.
It's not.
Yeah, swing.
So what am I doing with you?
Yeah, like, do you know, like get in and then I can move it? Yeah. And we're in.
Yes.
Training mode?
Yeah.
That is not something else.
Yeah, you can't stop those guys.
Secretary General.
I don't believe and now what now.
The use of Olympism as a lever of change in South Africa was one of the. No, I wrote a speech. No, but I added onto it. So I have to add to my own speech. No, what happened was that I wrote a speech again.
Ladies and gentlemen, we continue. Please take your seats.
Oh, provincial.
We still have some
Former Minister of Transport.
taking in the back.
He worked with Mbalula 10 years ago.
Can we please have the delegates taking their seats? Thank you so much. Christian, Bianca, Costas, I know all your names. So. Thank you. It's a particular pleasure to co-chair the panel with Khame Mutibi. Oh goodness me, where are they all crying out?
So it's hard when we have really brilliant people leaving.
People have questions, I think, and
Yeah, I think there's a party going out right outside. We need to bring them back in.
Yeah.
Seems like a natural.
Sometimes it's what it takes to get the attention.
we can have a coffee.
It's because I'm not standing at the door, you see. Then I would have pushed it in. Yes, I'm not there.
Would you mind asking people to come back in and tell them that we're starting? It's not, we'll take a break just after this next conversation.
Wir sind wegen dem Online, wir sind halt im Dings. It would be nice to have more breaks, but because we have an online group and we have a schedule and some people also need to travel, we have pretty much. Oh no.
So that's why I got out earlier to go home to travel agent and said, I don't think I'm gonna make the train. Because it was at 11:50.
Where were you supposed to go?
Back to Lausanne.
Oh no, yeah.
So I was like, I don't even know what's going on with the metros and the traffic. I was like, I think you just cancel it.
Today is going to be a challenge.
Yeah.
we're on time.
Exactly, yeah. So it's like.
Must I go out?
This morning, we decided to walk to the venue. So
Okay,
we
please
walked.
come inside.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Christian. We can do it in different languages as well, please. Thank you. Merci. Dankeschön. Gracias. Gracias. Angus Kakulu. Okay, I think we'll start while the gentlemen and ladies will join us. As I said, I'm very excited to share our next panel with the topic Pierre de Coubertin's ideas and the Africa we want. Must I go out? Like, thank you so much, Crystal. Can we start? Thank you. Okay, whoever wants to join us now. Okay, thank you. Our panel is called Pierre de Coubertin's Ideas and the Africa We Want, and I co-chair with Hame Mutibi, who is the senior manager of TAFISA, who all of you know, and she also was the Secretary General of the International Working Group for Women in Sport. She holds a master's degree in sport and Olympic studies, majoring in sport for development from the University of Tsukuba in Japan, and the Bachelor of Arts degree in postgrad diploma in education, both acquired from the University of Botswana, and she makes now, in the contrast to me, Germany her home. We had just swapped places, so to say. Yeah. It's wonderful to have Hame with me. Then we also would like to welcome Alexandra. For those who have not been here yesterday, she's not really new, everybody knows her, but just a bit of a background. She's a fourth generation descendant of Pierre de Coubertin, and currently the president of the Pierre de Coubertin Family Association, whose mission is to ensure that Olympic philosophy and values conceived by Pierre de Coubertin are promoted and respected by institutions and other initiatives involved in the Olympic movement, notably and with the assistance of the IOC. She represents the Pierre de Coubertin Family Association at the IOC and at sport and Olympic events, and is also a member of the Olympic Culture and Heritage Committee of the IOC. She has worked many years in New York for large international companies in marketing, change management, and consulting. And she lives right here in Paris with her family. Her daughter is also with us. Thank you so much for the assistance and the internships. And yeah, we welcome her as well on the panel. And then we continue.
Good morning. Thank you, Marion, for welcoming me. And I'm happy to be co-chairing this session with Marion. We'll also have here Dr. Ben Sanders from Sports and Dev. Dr. Ben Sanders is a specialist consultant and thought leader in sport for development and peace. He has extensive practical and theoretical experience, including working with the United Nations, Commonwealth, FIFA, laureates, and others in designing, delivering, and evaluating policies and programs that use sport to achieve development outcomes, including the Sustainable Development Goals. He is currently a senior consultant at the International Platform on Sports and Development and works with a range of other actors. Welcome, Dr. Ben. And then also, yes, let's welcome. Thank you. And also we are joined by Dr. Lombe Mwaba from Zambia. She's a PhD, she has PhD in the research, she is the research director at the Global Observatory for Gender Equality and Sport, and a postdoctoral researcher in the University of Lausanne Institute of Sports Science. For about 20 years, she has worked with leaders of sport organizations and sports policymakers in Africa, Asia, and Europe. She's an alum of the University of Zambia, the University of Zimbabwe, and the University of Chichester, UK. Dr. Mwaba is also Secretary General of the National Organization for Women in Sport, Physical Activity and Recreation in Zambia. Her research interests include gender-based violence, inequalities, geographies, and leaders across sport. She currently leads the work of the Global Observatory to establish a knowledge pool and repository to facilitate monitoring of progress on women, physical education, physical activity, and sport. Let's welcome Dr. Lombe Mwaba.
We also joined, for those who were not here yesterday, by Dr. Lyndon Boas, an advocate of the High Court and the Chief Director of Sport and Recreation in South Africa in the Department of Culture, Affairs and Sport. He's also an Olympian in terms of chess, and he was crucially involved in the designing of the National Sport and Recreation Plan of our country. Very warm welcome to Dr. Advocate Bauer. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by three wonderful friends and colleagues and experts in their field online. We have the Dr. Decius Chibande, who heads the African Union Sports Council Secretariat, a specialized technical office of the African Union, responsible for promoting sport development and sport for development in Africa. Prior to joining the AU, he was a lecturer in sports studies at the University of Zambia in Lusaka. He's the author of multiple publications on political and social history of sport. And over his career, Dr. Chipande has worked with intergovernmental sports organizations, international NGOs, involved in sport development and sport for development. In this role, he was responsible for promoting equality sports development and using sport to promote economic and social development. Dr. Chipande has a PhD from Michigan State University in the US, MSc Sports and a BSc Sports degree from the Norwegian School of Sports Science in Oslo. We greet you online, Dr. Decius Chipande. Wonderful to have you with us. We have also two co-presidents of Pierre de Coubertin committees in Africa, namely from Ghana, Dr. Bella Bello-Bitugu, who is also the Director of Sports at the University of Ghana. He oversees all matters relating to sports at the University of Ghana and is an expert in development through sports. He has coordinated several sport for development projects across Europe and Africa, and he was the country director of Right to Play in Ghana. He served on several boards and provides invaluable services to governments, NGOs, academia, spokes government bodies, regional and continental and global organizations, including the United Nations, African Union, Commonwealth, GIZ, and Union for Africa Sports, Traditional Sports and Games. He is a governing body member of the International Council for Martial Arts under the auspices of UNESCO, a member of the Executive Committee of Ghana Universities Association, the Ghana Olympic Committee Board, and the Appeals Committee member of Ghana. He serves as the local organizing commission member for the first ever African Para Games in 2023, and is the founding president of the Pierre de Coubertin Committee of Ghana. He also served at the head of the Legacy Subcommittee for sports facilities in the 13th African Games. He is currently technical advisor to the Honorable Minister of Youth and Sports in Ghana. Dr. Bella Bitugu, very warm welcome all the way from Paris to Accra.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, good day.
And then we are joined from Mauritius, where many of us would like to go after this conference. I think we would always need it, by Ms. Nisha Ramdeen. She's a senior physiotherapist working in public hospitals in the island of Mauritius for the past 25 years. Nisha has also been closely associated with sports since the beginning of her career and has been called upon several times to form part of medical team to accompany the Mauritian team in international games. She's the president of the Pierre de Coubertin Committee of Mauritius and the General Secretary of Sport and Exercise Medicine Association, also an executive member of Hemophilia Association of Mauritius. Thank you very much for joining us all the way from Mauritius. Warm greetings, Nisha. So this is our panel, which is an exciting panel to have on the topic. And yeah, we would like to actually start with the questions in terms of what your present lessons of experience are in terms of your own fields. Are Pierre de Coubertin ideals practice? Where do we stand with them in your day-to-day work, but also in the work with your stakeholders? And any of the participants can answer. And then I would also, and then after that, I'd like to see whether it works that we have Dr. Chipande's slides. He has 5 slides for us. Yeah, thank you. Please go ahead. Dr. Boa.
Thank you. So one of the things that I've been thinking about, which I learned from Ollie, that one should make controversial statements also, is that the Olympic Games has not been to Africa yet. And this is one of those things that people talk about, the missing rings. And I've had extensive experience in organizing events in South Africa. So I also know that there are challenges, not only for South Africa, but for most African countries in terms of the cost of hosting it. We do have the resources, we do have the stadia, we do have the hotels, all of those things, but the cost, the tag attached to it is probably not possible for most, if not all, 54 countries in Africa to host without receiving assistance from the IOC and others. And when I think about some of the views that sport should be for all, then I'm sometimes wondering, when will Africa get that opportunity to host? But it cannot be, and I've seen now with the many things that we've organized in Cape Town, and we've been last year, we had the Netball World Cup, we had the Cricket World Cup that took place, and then of course we had the 7th Rugby World Cup that took place. So all of those things are entirely possible. Many of you will remember 2010, the FIFA World Cup. So Africa has the potential, and I'm excited that Senegal is hosting the Youth Games, because that's a great start. But the key thing for me now is that question, when will it be Africa's turn, and can we review the funding model to allow African countries to possibly host? Thank you.
Thank you, Lennon. I actually wanted to go to Alexandra also to give us a brief statement of Coubertin and the Africa we want in terms of the ideas. Is it possible, and what did he have in mind?
Thank you, Marion. And thank you for bringing this important campaign that started in 1923 by Coubertin. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of a history on the attempt to have actually games in Africa. This is just a few pieces of collection of writings of Pierre de Coubertin. As you know, I represent his family. We are eager to bring information because we tend, and we heard this morning, to reduce Olympism to games, to reduce them to medals. And it's important to understand that this was really way bigger. And some of the things that I'd like to share with you, and maybe a lot of you know that, but I figured it would be good just to stage the beginnings of how can we get games in Africa. So maybe you will recall there was a speech he made in 1923. This was in Rome, at the capital, in the presence of the King of Italy. This was the first time he introduced this revolutionary idea, and this is also another notion that I want to bring forth because it was so well illustrated in the first panel with Ali and Philip, which is how to change the mindsets of the time. So we have to picture that we're in the beginning of the 20th century. This is a time where there's so little information. I mean, it's so hard to compare the access of information we have today at the tip of a finger. You know how many languages are spoken in the world, how many people live in every single city. You thinking of the times and how little it was possible to travel, to know, to get information, is just something I want to frame as a context for what happened in 1923. So imagine you're in this era, nobody travels. To get to the US, you need to take a very long boat, takes about 6 weeks. And you are, oops, sounds really loud now. You are trying to open people's minds to change. So this is a speech he made, and he made this speech right after one of the fundamental philosophical concept of Olympism, which was also mentioned yesterday, which is going to, I think, be a theme for, if you will allow, this conference, which is the notion of sports for all. And all is large. It can be defined based on the era and the context in many ways. But the notion at the time was trying to encapsulate this limitless definition. And so after he announced this concept of it's a right for everyone to have access to sports, he then announced his idea, his views on Africa. And again, picture the times of, it was colonies, it was very little information on countries. People hardly knew where to put them on the map. Well, I won't go to that extreme, but it was a really different time. So he expressed his views and he declared, here today, we are going to draw the initial gesture of the ultimate battle a battle that we continue to have today. The battle remaining to be fought to complete the sporting conquest of the world. And that I'm talking about is that of Africa. After having lived in a long time of isolated historical life, Africa will enter general history. He then sets out his benefit of sports and concludes, let's not hesitate to carve out its African share. His views on Africa was expressed the very same year in another piece of historical piece of evidence that I think is also interesting to quote, which is an article he wrote that same year called Where is Europe Going? In that article, he talks about the concept of the mindset of the time. And I just want to quote a few things, again, put them in the context of 1923. Europe does not know Africa. From this ignorance come tenacious prejudices, in particular that of African inferiority. Coubertin does not believe in that inferiority because he took the time before talking about Africans to study their souls. And this is what he says. These people have, for the most part, remarkable artistic aptitudes. Their field of war or love are expressive, their rhythm original, their style colorful. Some of their languages are recommended by their richness and flexibility. Some of them have invented ingenious musical instruments. Others have sculpted ivory and chiseled gold in such a way to arouse the lively research of modern collectors. But what matters above all is that immerse into the family organization which distinguishes them from other civilizations, the conception they have of life, the secret of the belief they profess. On that last point, it seems that fanaticism is foreign to their nature, and that, when it has manifested itself, the responsibility lies with the whites. We're in 1923. It takes time to change mindsets. I won't go into more that he wrote, but I just want to give you other historical elements. In the 1924 Games in Paris, he distributed a pamphlet, which was, a communication format at the time that had, so it was a written pamphlet, where he wrote essentially his same thinking about how Africa needed to be part of the Olympics. And his campaign was around starting with African Games. And I'm sure you know those stories better than I will. And what he says is, unfortunately, the mindset of the time were not ready for it. That's how he concludes it. But he proposed African Games that would happen every 2 years. There was an African medal that was made to have a kind of a staging, very personalized style for the African Games. And this medal had something that I wanted to read because I think it's also an interesting expression of what he thought of Olympism and what he wanted to share with Africa. The medal said, to know, to govern, and to master oneself, the internal beauty of sport, fundamental aspiration of the true sportsman and its prerequisite for success. So this campaign started a long time ago. I think that changing the mindsets, thinking of what's possible as well, what was at the time, what is today, is the interesting question to me. So I just wanted to start with that, and we can continue with the rest.
Thank you, Alexandra, for giving us also that background, because a lot of us did not know. We did not know. This is really some of the inside family information as well, combined with what we do know. So thank you very much. Over to you, Ben.
Yeah, thanks, and it's an honor to be here today. I just want to say something to start off, which I think is I've said before, but I think it's worth repeating, and it's that we are here today, I'm here today as, free democratic people because we've stood on the shoulders of giants. And Pierre de Coubertin was one such giant of the Olympic movement. And Nelson Mandela was a giant of sport and reconciliation. And I'm sure there are giants in each of your countries in respective contexts. And there are giants in academia and research, like Prof. Marion Keim. And I know her, Christu, Alston, Lyndon, Gary, and others have worked so hard to put this conference together. And I think we should recognize this titanic contribution to sport and development. So I think we should just give her and her team a round of applause. The second thing I wanted to say, and it touches on the points Alexandra and Dr. Boa made, is that this is still a battle, and I think this is the greatest battle, a sporting challenge of our time, is all sports for all people, as Ollie referenced, which Pierre de Coubertin said, sport being accessible for all. And there are still millions of people around the world, girl child, boy children, people, refugees and migrants, people of low socioeconomic status, people with intellectual and physical disabilities, all around the world who still do not have access to sport, physical activity, or physical education in a safe and supportive and inclusive environment. So yes, it would be great if Africa hosted the Olympic Games, and it would be great if we won a lot of medals at this Olympics. But I would be far more happy if every single child in our country had access to safe, inclusive, and sustainable sport, and if we invested money in that above any levels of sporting excellence. That may sound controversial, but sport is a human right, and it's often referred to as the forgotten right, because it is a forgotten right. It's enshrined in the Conventions on the Rights of the Child, the most widely ratified human rights treaty ever. It's enshrined in the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Yesterday at the Commonwealth Sports Ministers meeting, I learned that it was enshrined in the Convention on the Rights of Indigenous peoples who have been marginalized. It's even enshrined in the Geneva Conventions, which cover the rights of prisoners. Yet, so many people around the world do not have access to the right to enjoy, access sport in a safe, supportive, and inclusive environment that may be productive for them and society. So, I think the most important role for sport is not for sport. It is for sectors outside of sport. It is promoting education. It's promoting health. I used to run a organization called Grassroots Soccer, where we use soccer to promote adolescent health and sexual and reproductive health among girls and young women and adolescent boys. And people often ask me, how many of your children play for the national or provincial team? And some of the girls in our program did, actually. But I said, how many of them are not dropping out of school? How many of them are not falling pregnant after dropping out of school? How many of them are staying in school? How many of them are HIV-free and able to take control of their reproductive and sexual health? How many of them can become viable and productive members of the economy? And I think these are the important things we have. In an ideal world, we would be able to cater for everything, but we know resources are limited. We know resources are constrained. And I think our priority needs to be on facing this challenge to ensure that sport for all is not just a dream. It's not just a slogan, but it's a reality, because sport is a human right. And I'll leave it there for now. Thanks.
For acknowledging us, but us is a big team here with Alexandra, Jill, and a huge team, South Africa. And but we'll do the word of thanks a bit later because it will be longer. Thank you so very much. I'd like to just transfer quickly to online, Dr. Chipande, Nisha, Bella. If you have anyone who wants to come in before we continue with Lombe. Alston, where's Alston? Any of the speakers, Dr. Chipande? Mm-hmm.
I would, thank you very much.
There's one question from the on. Oh,
okay, Lombe, while we're setting you up, Dr. Chipande and Nisha, Ramdeen and Bella, if you can hear us, we will ask Lombe, we'll let Lombe speak, and then we will go to the online presenters, the delegates. Thank you. Lombe, over to you.
Thank you so much, and it's great to join my colleagues here in this conversation. Thank you, Marion. Thank you, Hame. One of the key elements I wanted to remind us of that connects to the sort of historical setting of the ideas of Pierre de Coubertin that you have shared with us so generously is to think about what else was happening on the continent and outside of the continent around the 1920s. So I think we do tend to think a lot about colonialism, about apartheid and racism, and really political occupation and oppression across the continent and beyond. Parallel to that is also the resistance and the mobilizing that was happening at the time to break down those very oppressive systems. So around the 1920s, 1919, 1920, you've got the Africa Congress happening, W.B. Du Bois and Marcus Garvey and all the different African mobilizers actually meeting in Paris around 1919. Also mobilizing and raising questions around what it means to have a shared humanity and what that would look like. So if you imagine those conversations going on, which are really not welcome at the time, and you have then this kind of speech that de Coubertin then presents on a topic such as sport, a space which is actually sport, which is utilized to reinforce ideas around superiority and white supremacy. So now for him to actually take that and frame it as actually, we should be making this possible for everybody and everybody being treated equally. So there is something quite powerful there. And for me, that means that's an ongoing conversation we should be having. We should be doing the very same thing, because right now there are still lots of development issues, inequalities and challenges that we are trying to address using sport. So we need to also remember the basic fundamental question around when we talk about awe, who are we talking about? Back to that question of what humanity is, back to the question of what does it look like for everybody to have freedom? Who is covered in that awe when we say sport for all? So we don't argue with Coubertin. I think we all agree sport for all is a great thing to rally behind, but we need to get back to the fundamental question, who is covered in the awe? Because remember in 1920, women couldn't even vote in many countries. Black people were less than human considered. So in that awe, are we really sure and certain that that awe means everybody? So we have to ask ourselves this so that we're not taking for granted any of these elements. And in the first panel, we're talking about the importance of having shared definitions, shared meaning, agreeing what we mean when we say something, having shared indicators. I work on this, and so it's always a thing for me to think about, oh, are we measuring this? When we say we want this outcome, does it mean the same thing to you and me so that we are all sharing in it? So draw us back to that very basic question of how are we defining all? And the second element then is around the value for ongoing education and how powerful we recognize that sport can contribute to that. I think de Coubertin brings that forward and says, for you to improve your population, for everybody to get better, you have to educate people, not just in terms of the ideas and all of that, but physical education, sport being an embodied type of education. And that means we are recognizing that that shouldn't stop when people become adolescents, when they become in their 40s, 50s, or when they are above 70, 80. It should be ongoing across the life cycle. However, we see continuously when we are talking about physical education, sports, or physical activity, that sometimes we are not designing or planning for entire populations. We're still focusing on, oh, let's focus on the youth. Youth is important. It's a large part of populations in many countries. However, we've done so much work as humanity to make sure we can live longer. So what are we then doing with other parts of the population? Elder persons. And also in many cultures, how we relate to people beyond a certain age and what expectation we have of them in terms of their bodies and how they present, what they can do and how they can move, is counters those values we are promoting by saying sport and physical activity and movement for all. So we're saying yes for all, but not for you 60-year-old woman, no, that's undignified. You can't be jumping around. Yes, everybody should have sport, but not you, man, who is a professor. What are you doing jumping around? You should be dignified and wearing a suit. So we really should be coming back to these things and reflecting a little bit more on them. And again, all that we see in terms of context, because we are saying, let's contextualize these ideas and where they've emerged from. Let's also come back to contextualize these ideas and where we are trying to apply them. There's displacement. This generation is so much displacement continuously. It's not just a new displacement happening. We've been seeing it all the time. Displacement because of climate crisis. There's all sorts of flooding. There's fires, there's poverty, there's drought, there's all sorts of things going on. What does it look like then for us to proclaim that we are for sport for all, if all we are thinking about is those of us whose houses are not flooded and we can just we're inconvenienced a little bit by the rain in the morning and we run across the street, but what about those for whom your house is no longer where it stood yesterday? Like what's happening in the Caribbean with our colleagues there? What's happening in Palestine, in Yemen, in all these other areas where you have actual death and destruction happening? Do they fall within the concept of all, and how do we frame that? So I'm going to pause there because sometimes I sort of am concerned about how we think about context historically, and we want it to stay in the history and say those ideas emerged there. I think one thing we could learn from de Coubertin is to say we can't neglect the context in its entirety. And that's one thing I would like us to move forward with as we think about what we value about this philosophy. Thank you.
Thank you, Lombe. We are clear for Dr. Chipande and then Nisha and then Bella. So I hand over to Alison and Mika. Merci.
Thank you, Professor Kame. If I got correctly, you said I take up the floor?
Yes, we see you very clearly. So nice to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much, Professor, and warm greetings to everyone in the panel. And thank you so much for inviting us to this very important session and really interesting conversations, and listening firstly to Coubertin's ideas of the establishment of the African Games, and in this case a very clear legacy of his ideas that we have continued with hosting and organizing the African Games. The recent Games, of course, hosted the 13th edition of the African Games held in Accra, Ghana, and the next edition will be held hopefully in Cairo, Egypt. And from the African Union point of view, I think these ideas are living on and they resonate strongly with the Agenda 2063 aspirations of the Africa we want. But building on previous speakers, of course, from our point of view, it is not only about having continental games or having Olympic Games, but it's touching on particularly the points raised by Dr. Ben Sanders and Dr. Lombe on inclusivity in terms of, how then do we give access to the majority of the population on the continent? For example, how many, if we look at African athletes, of course, that even manage to watch or that have access to African Games, Olympic Games, there are not that many. So we are, from our point of view, we need to push the agenda even stronger of inclusivity, ensuring that we also have regional games, and not only regional games, but we have national games, and not only national games, but we have, community games to give access to all young people to participate in sports. And this also, of course, includes the broader ideas talked about, not only sports for all, but using sport as a tool or a platform for improving education, health, gender equality, cultural exchanges, promoting peace, etc. The conversations, of course, that had been ongoing. And I think on the continent, the sports for development and sports for all movement is vibrant, although it still has a lot of room for improvement. But most important, building on that is the sustainability of these ideas and these programs, sustainability of the use of sports to promote education, gender equality, and many others. I think we have to face the reality that the sustainability of these programs is very is quite a challenge, and we need to ensure that we all pull towards the same direction. We create partnerships that are deeply rooted in local and existing structures, so that we do not create parallel structures. And just quickly to answer the question that was asked as to what extent has the Africa we want materialized, and this is important to link it particularly, and I have to argue that the Pierre de Coubertin ideas really resonate, are well aligned with the African Union Agenda 2063 aspirations of the Africa we want. Particularly, I appreciated the explanation of the historical writings of Coubertin linking to Africa. And the African Union Agenda 2063 aspirations of the Africa we want really are a long-term, 50 years strategic framework for growth and transformation of the continent, guiding individuals and collective actions to attain the African Union vision, which is an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force on the global arena. And this sits in 7 aspirations, critical aspirations as far as the African Union and African Union member states are concerned. A prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development, an integrated continent, politically united, and based on the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's renaissance, an Africa of good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law, a peaceful and secure Africa, an Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, values, and ethics, and an Africa where development is people-driven, unleashing the potential of its women and youth, and Africa as a strong, united, and influential global player and partner. So it is important to appreciate that the agenda or the aspirations are a 50-year-long agenda. And in terms of the implementation of this agenda, it has been broken down into 10-year implementation segments. The first 10 years started from 2013 to 2023, which was about convergence of ideas, ensuring that all ideas are building on attaining the aspirations of the Africa we want are put together. And the second 10 years implementation, we're just starting it this year in 2024, and it is about acceleration of the implementation of these ideas to contribute towards achieving the Agenda 2063 aspirations of the Africa we want. And the next 10 years, which is the third 10-year implementation plan, will be about the impact from 2033 to 2043, looking at what impact are we going to make, and then stability going to 2063. But it's important to appreciate that also in line with the Coubertin ideas, sports sits strongly within these aspirations of the Africa we want. Just last year, our ministers of youth, culture, and sports, or the Specialized Technical Committee on Youth, Culture, and Sport, as it is known in the African Union framework, endorsed a policy, an African Union policy on sustainable development of sports in Africa. And that touches on all these key elements that are being discussed in terms of sports for all. We are talking about an active Africa, ensuring that we put together policies and programs that promote health and well-being of all African citizens, a winning Africa, a sustainable Africa, an innovative Africa, and a united Africa. And now we are in the process of putting together a 5-year strategic plan to ensure that then we break down the segments of the 10-year AU policy on sustainable development of sports in Africa to a 5-year implementation plan. So, but most important in this conversation is working together, pulling together, ensuring that we do not create parallel structures, but we are all going towards the same direction to ensure sustainability of these very important ideas. I end here, Chair, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. The African Union Sports Council, Dr. Chipande, we have Dr. Bella Bitugu with us from Ghana online. Dr. Bitugu, your input.
Thank you very much, Professor Marion and Chris De Cristo. Thank you for bringing this program together and actually bringing such experts to come and make this contribution. Yes, from Accra, I'm actually speaking to you from Kampala, Makerere University, where I am for a few days. So greetings from Kampala to Paris and wherever you are. Thank you very much for the previous speakers. I had some difficulty with logging in and then the audio. However, I picked a few things and realizing what I have heard and what Dr. Chipande just said, I want to go from the perspective and establish two things. The first one is to go back to what we know of International Pierre de Coubertin Youth Forum, where Nicholas in 2019 and many others observed that the aim of International Pierre de Coubertin Youth Forum is to provide the young generation with an understanding of Coubertin's Olympic idea and to let the values of friendship, fairness, respect, and the joy of effort be experienced across all borders. Now, in the sustainable framework, the Africa we want, the sustainable for sports and sustainable development, vis-a-vis the AU Africa we want Agenda 2063, when we come to an active Africa, one of the policy statements says, and I read, sports development regions and AU member states shall develop comprehensive, compulsory and inclusive quality physical education and school sports program for all schools to engage young people in the appropriate physical and sports activities that will help them acquire cognitive understanding and the psychomotor, social and emotional skills they will need to develop physically active lives, employability skills, as well as enlisting, as well as practice active citizenship. Right. Now, so
we seem to have some technical.
Realize the importance of Hello?
You are back?
Hello?
You are back, Bella. Can you hear us?
Is somebody, yes.
It's a bit of a shaky one at the moment. We are back.
Video.
Just try one more time. Connection is low. Dr. Bella, let us know when you are online again or send a text
But thank you so very much. We just heard that he got kicked out of the meeting by one of our other members. Dr. Chipandi, your picture is still up with us. And we also would like to welcome Matt Mayer, who joined us now. I think we go one round of question, and then we move on to the next panel and take one from the online people as well. But Kame,
All right, thank you. We heard a lot about the Africa we want, especially from Dr. Chipande, that it is actually active and it is materializing. The question is now to the panel. What are your future priorities in tackling the Africa we want? What are your contributions? And also you can add to how are you going to involve others in helping us to achieve that Africa that we want to see?
I think we do all share in this idea articulated in the Agenda 2063. And from my work with my colleagues at the Global Observatory for Gender Equality and the University of Lausanne, we think one of the things that are really important is still coming back to education. Right now, several countries in Africa have implemented economic policies that divest from investing in public education and public health services to focus more on the sort of profit-driven models. That is a risk for what we can then achieve with physical education, with sport that is linked at community level to those school and education services, the capacity of physical education teachers and sports instructors. So I think we need to join with others to promote the idea that education as a basis in its broad sense should really be reinforced. So we need to join across movements, not just to isolate ourselves as sport or physical education movements, but other actors who are speaking about the importance of public investment in education is really important. And that is where we can also support researchers coming together in terms of networks and their capacity, publication, and sharing and distributing the outcomes of their research in a format and in a way that it can be understood and absorbed by non-academic institutions. And that's one of the contributions that we are hoping to make as a Global Observatory, and also with colleagues through the University of Lausanne and the other networks that we are part of across the continent and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the question. So in my immediate future for us, the Western Cape provincial government is looking to have the following three priorities. So for South Africa to be a winning nation, we first have to be an active nation. And the National Sport and Recreation Plan that was signed off in 2011, 2012 indicated that in order for us to get to the next level, we must ensure that at least 80% of our population is active. And that is something that our new ministers that had elections, South Africa had elections at the end of May, the Be Active campaign is something that we'll be promoting very actively. We also have an after-school program that we have in the Western Cape, in our province, and that after-school program is for primary and high schools, and we've got about 350 schools that is part of that, and we provide close to 100,000 kids between 12 and 5 o'clock every day, Monday to Friday, with after-school activities. And one of the reasons that we do this is that we don't have physical education in schools. Physical education was taken out of schools around about in the mid-90s. So what we're doing as the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport is to try to reintroduce that so that the child has a holistic education and not only have reading, writing, and arithmetic, but also has mind and body as well. And then the last aspect, our new minister in the Western Cape, his name is Mr. Ricardo McKenzie, and he's indicated in his early speeches that the youth will be his priority over the next 5 years. So I think it goes in with the active nation. And then, of course, we are successful in some of our codes, like rugby, where we are the world champions, and some of the other codes of sport that we also practice in, like cricket and so forth. But I think the key thing for us is to be active. That's really the point. Thank you very much.
Yes, Dr. Webb.
Yeah, thanks. So, I mean, it's a good question. How can sport contribute to the Africa we want in a meaningful and sustainable change? I think there needs to be a greater recognition, first of all, for all the work that has happened in Africa in sport and sport for development. In fact, I would say many of the leading practices, programs, and organizations have originated in the Global South and in parts of Africa that have pioneered much of the work. And I'm talking mainly here about NGOs and grassroots actors, but governments have become increasingly involved as well. I think we need to work hard to reshape sport and development. And at the International Platform on Sport and Development, which I run, we have launched a campaign on this because the sport sector is unequal, but the sport and development sector is also unequal. Too many decisions, policy decisions and funding decisions are made in the global north, while we know great work is happening in many parts of the global south, and not only just in Africa and Latin America and many other regions. So Africa needs to have and should have a greater say in policy, dialogue, decision-making, and the African Union is playing an important role in this. This also ties into a broader theme around decolonizing sport and development, which other scholars and practitioners have been working on as well. How are we supporting and how can you get involved? Well, sportanddev.org is an open access website with over 600,000 unique users, and we provide tools and resources to actors for free across the globe, now in English, French, Spanish, and Arabic, because another thing we realized is that language justice is a real issue, and that not only is the sector north-driven, it is also Anglo-centric. Even the United Nations do not have many resources in the UN official languages. And then the last part I'll mention just very briefly, and Dr. Chipande, we've worked with Dr. Chipande from the African Union Sports Council and the Commonwealth Secretariat. Mr. Lane Robinson is here from the Commonwealth, and this was also presented at the Commonwealth Sports Ministers meeting yesterday. We've developed a massive open online course on sport for development and peace, which has attracted over 7,500 learners from 191 countries. Many of you have been involved in it, Holly Dudfield, Jaime, and many people in the room, Dr. Chipande as well. We've now launched the course as well in French, Spanish, and Arabic, and we launched the first hybrid version of the course with the African Union. I'm delighted to say the first pilot was in Africa with government officials from across the continent who, in addition to the online course, had supported workshops and gathered last month in Addis Ababa for an in-person workshop to then apply the learnings from this in their policies and programs. So practical guidance on that. And maybe my colleague John can share some of the links in the chat. And I would lastly add that we have a saying in South Africa, which was used on the dawn of democracy, which says, Sekunjalo Kenako, and the time is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ben. And okay.
So I'm just going to give my tiny practical perspective, which again is very influenced by Pierre de Coubertin's philosophy that we've been trying to carry and bring forth. I think it starts in schools. I think that Coubertin was, he was really someone who wanted to reform education before anything. And that was really his heart. His heart was in education. He thought that it starts super young and has to be felt in the hearts, not in the head. And his first fight was to really change the mindsets of the times, which was highly governed and highly dominated by la pensée universitaire, which is the university intellectual academic mindset. I have to be very honest, we need it, but if it's not touching the hearts of children, it will not really change to the core. So my gut and my feeling, and also what I've seen and what I hear from Coubertin's philosophy, is it starts in very, very early years in kindergarten, and it starts by experiencing, not just hearing. It starts by playing and understanding what it feels to actually give the best of yourself, to have those bonding emotional moments with your teammates, understand trust. All the values that intellectual people carry need to be experienced by children as early as it is. And I'll just say, we talk about changing mindset. When they're so young, they're so fresh and open, this is the best chance to put the seeds. It's much harder later. So in kindergarten is where we need to be.
Thank you so much. I think you are bringing children, and Olympic also brought the elderly age into sports, physical activity and physical education. Okay, we have Dr. Betungu online, and he wants to contribute. Dr. Bella.
Yes, thank you very much. I hope it will work now. I've decided to change room. As I said, I am in Kampala now at the moment, and the network is a little bit rough, but thank you very much. Now, since time has passed, I'd wanted to bring some context and understand and see what exactly is going on from all the talks, from all the questions, the mention of exclusion in what we have all observed. If we are talking of inclusion, then automatically we are also referring to exclusion. And for me, that is the crux of the point that I would like to make. But if you will indulge me, I would like to make reference to the African Union Sustainable Framework towards the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, where from these 5 pillars, we have the Active Africa, which says, and I quote, sports development, I paraphrase, and physical education should be encouraged in school sports program for all schools towards their understanding, cognitive understanding, psychomotor, social, emotional skills, leading to practicing active citizenship. And we have also been made to understand that the International Pierre de Coubertin Youth Forum has the sole aim of providing young generation with an understanding of Pierre de Coubertin's Olympic idea, and to let the values of friendship, fairness, respect, and the joy of effort experience across all borders. Now comes to my point. Why do we keep talking about this? Why do we keep converting the converted? Is that what we can observe the situation to be? Because we understand the importance of sport physical education vis-a-vis Pierre de Coubertin's education principles and policies. But why do we keep going back, repeating that it is important and telling people to take it up and trying to convince? Is there something we have not done? Is there something that is missing? And I think, yes, maybe we have always been talking to ourselves, but not to the others and those who matter. Maybe. For instance, is it possible that we are practicing a bottom-up approach in sport for development and sport and sustainable development, but we are excluding some people at that grassroots level? If we pick the nation, the nations of Africa, the continent of Africa, and as a majority part of Asia, for example, and Latin America, even though in Africa the literacy rate is low, it is rising now. The literacy rate is rising. Have we been able to approach those who are not able to comprehend what is written and argued about our technocrat and bureaucratic language on the use of sport, for them to also join us in breaking the barriers that enable them to participate in these activities? Are we being too bureaucratic? Are we being too technocratic to the extent that we have now gotten an intended consequence of not realizing the objectives of Pierre de Coubertin in using sport and physical education towards sustainable and holistic development? Is it the case that the African Union is being questioned, is being asked what they can achieve, we can achieve through sport, or why are we not achieving them? Because of the observation that is made that a lot of people do not understand what exactly is going on, and the majority for that matter. Have we taken into consideration the perception, the determinants of participation in physical activity and sport vis-a-vis social classes, economic disparity, to the extent that we will go down to the lower classes, to those who cannot really comprehend what is written on paper, to be able to join us? These are the questions I was thinking we should be able to ask ourselves to move further. 20, 30 years ago, we in the area of sport and development are being asked of evidence. What is the evidence that sports and physical activity can achieve those things that we have been talking of? And we have produced so much evidence. Sport and Dev, the open course which we have now, the African Union Agenda, UNESCO, Pierre de Coubertin family, IOC, and so on and so forth. So in as much as I believe that we have done a lot to convince, I think we should do a lot to break the barrier. And that is the thesis from which I will take my contribution from. And I will pause now. And if some other contribution come, I will then move in and come and make my input. But for now, I will hand over to the chair and the co-chairs to take it up. I'm available for further discussion. I know I've lost a lot of time. That's what I tried to make it very crispy. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Bello. And thank you for the questions that that you left us with. We have Nisha online, and we can take her comments, and then we can take questions from you after that.
Je suppose c'est bonjour pour tout le monde chez vous. Good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be with you. Really interesting, and I'm really very honored to be amongst you. Unfortunately, not physically, but my spirit is with you for sure. Well, it was the talk about Pierre de Coubertin and all his ideas and values. Everybody in the room, I'm sure, is very well acquainted with Pierre de Coubertin's ideas, especially revolving around the revival of the Olympic Games and the promotion of sports as a means of fostering international understanding and peace. And this, of course, holds relevance not only in Africa, but in all countries in the world. In fact, Games, this big Paris 2024 has become a global platform for athletes from all parts of the world to come together and unite in that spirit of friendship and fair play. Sports in Africa, as in Mauritius, I don't know if many of you know, but we are not in the continent, but just a small island in the Indian Ocean, but we are part of Africa. And so sports in Africa plays a significant role in community building, health promotion, as well as a cultural expression. And Pierre de Coubertin has emphasized positive impact on sports aligns with the values and aspiration of Africa as a continent. Furthermore, the Baron Pierre de Coubertin advocated for education through sports, which is, for me, maybe the most important aspect, let alone the games and the big bling about everything that goes with the Olympic Games. But the Baron Pierre de Coubertin ideas and vision for the youth of his country and through that for the world is what resonates with me. And this is used and the sports as a tool for youth development and empowerment, I believe is very important. So in brief, Coubertin ideas can inspire and guide initiatives in Africa as leverage for sports cohesion, education, and sustainable development. In Mauritius, the country has made significant progress in promoting sports at both grassroots and elite levels. Initiatives such as sports development, program, infrastructure investments, and participation in international events reflect a commitment to Pierre de Coubertin's vision of fostering unity and understanding through sports. Continued efforts have been made to expand access to sports to all, enhancing sports diplomacy, as well as supporting athletes from diverse backgrounds can also further strengthen Mauritius's commitment to Pierre de Coubertin's ideal. Now, concerning to what extent has the Africa we want materialized, as you all have mentioned, the vision as outlined in the African Union agenda aims to achieve a prosperous, peaceful, and integrated Africa, driven by its own citizen and representing a dynamic force in the global arena. This is a huge, huge mission, but the work has started, and I'm sure is in progress, though it is a very complex process that requires constant efforts from all stakeholders, from the government level to the layperson. It's not something to be made in one day. And I think it's an effort that needs to be all the time put forward in all forums concerning Africa. The positive parts of it is there has already started regional integration. Economic growth is happening around the continent. And there are also improved governance in some countries, and also initiatives like African Continental Free Trade Area has already been initiated. Of course, the challenges are huge also, namely poverty in many areas, war, inequality, and also environmental problems happening. For the third part of the talk will be a bit on the priorities of taking Pierre de Coubertin ideas forward, what to do. I believe that promoting sports as a tool for mutual understanding and peace, encouraging collaboration through sports even, is primordial as it's happening through the games, but it's not only, just as today, the forum is not with the athletes, but everything that's happening around the games. These are important and crucial movement that can bring humanity together. So it's not only on the field of play, but all this little action, big action that's happening around. Secondly, supporting youth development through sports, namely by fostering leadership skills, teamwork, discipline, and resilience. Thirdly, advocating sports education at all levels, from kindergarten, as Madam just said, throughout to geriatric, and for equal opportunity and also access to sports for all, for equal opportunity and health benefit. We can continue to uphold Pierre de Coubertin's legacy and further use his ideas of using sports as catalysts for positive social change and international cooperation in the world. I think I'll end up here and let the rest talk, and then maybe we can join in together later. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, in the interest of time, we'll just take one question, and because we have another session coming. Yeah, there's a question there. The mic is here.
Hello, thank you to give me the floor. I am Claire Boursier from the University Paris-Nanterre, and my question concerns universities. I think we should work I think we should work with all students to be themselves active. In my university, besides the students who are following sports studies, in the other areas, there is not enough work for the students. They are not active enough. So there is a gap between all the programs we have developed for the children, and then after they finish school, there is nothing. So I think it would be very important for them to have them involved in research in all domains, not only for the students in sport. So I think there is a huge work to do at this age. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And thank you. It's just a comment and a call to universities to encourage university students to take up a lot of programs that we have created. Otherwise, we've come to the end of our session. I'll hand to Marion.
Thank you so much, Rame and panel. Very important discussions that need to be ongoing. Also after the conference, not every 4 years, yet again. We do have the African Youth Games coming to Senegal, and hopefully before that and during that time, we can pick up on a lot of the things that have been mentioned. I would like to acknowledge one question from Dr. Armstrong from the UNESCO Chair team of Loughborough University, but that deals with racism in sport, which is not directly related. So Dr. Armstrong, I would like you to, we would like to have that question standing over when we talk with the next panel, if you don't mind, but we do acknowledge it. Thank you so much. So a big hand of applause for the Africa We Want panel before we come to our last panel for the day. Thank you so very much, everybody. Our speakers, very challenging topic.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Are we going straight there?
We're going straight.
Okay.
Because we lost picture.
Okay.
You want me to introduce because I know should we do the discussion? Move over to me then. Okay.
Just take a picture of the panel.
Or you can send it.
Nice to be around. Make a good surrounding.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, we will make a plan.
And I'm going to call you for your help. Actually,
So without further ado, because we are a little bit stretched in terms of time, would like to call our next panel forward, Debbie Alexander, Sandrine Ville, and Gary and Yoro. The other participants are online, and Ivy has problems to connect. So can we just have Sandrine? And Sandrine, we are all also aware that Sandrine needs to leave.
That one, and then he'll come in. Okay.
This is the one that I'm using. Use
Yours.
Oh, the question, you don't have the question.
I have the question on my phone.
Oh, okay, this is better. Okay, no, I can take this one, it's better to read. This is just my screws.
You say it's not online.
Ivy, only the last one is not. She can't connect.
Okay, but Ray.
Yes, Ray is online, and Yoro is here. And Gary is here. Jeremy is online. No, we don't have that one now. You can do the yes, if you can. I mean, you know Ray if you want to introduce her. I'll just, and we do a very quick one on this one because most of the people have been there yesterday.
I have them. These are the same ones. Yeah, I have them.
Okay. Start. Sandrine.
So you want to do the introduction? Kick off.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have again an amazing panel. Debbie is already known from yesterday. She was with us the whole day. Sandrine is new, and we are very happy to also have an Olympian, another Olympian besides Lyndon, and maybe there are others in the room with us. So Sandrine is an Olympian in judo. She is the development officer for Africa on the World Olympians Association and a researcher at Ghent University. We are very, very happy to have you with us, also representing the Olympians on the panel. Then we have online, I assume, Dr. Jeremy Pride. I assume he's online because I can't see the online group. He's currently an associate professor at the University of Reims, Champagne, Ardennes, member of the Laboratory of Performance Health Meteorology and Society. And he's giving lectures in the Faculty of Sports Science at the National Higher Institute of Teaching and Education. And he was previously an assistant professor of the University of Tsukuba as well in Japan, coordinating the bachelor's program in global issues there. As a researcher, he's focusing on cross-cultural mediation in the field of sport and education, and he works on the impact cultures should have on practices on teaching, body use, and health. He also spent 7 years in Japan and is presently located in Lausanne. Welcome to you, Dr. Jeremy Pride. I hope you can hear us from the online group. And we have with us in person somebody that you have seen yesterday a lot because he played a big role in the conference yesterday was Gary Frank.
He is an accomplished professional with over 12 years experience in the public sector and government administration, specializing in sport recreation in the Western Cape. And he's currently serving as the Assistant Director of Sport and Recreation at the Department of Culture Affairs and Sport. He's known for his hands-on, city-centric and results-oriented approach. He has a lot of achievements as well. He's an active advocate and practitioner in the sport for sport and development and peace, and has a passion for using sport as a tool to create positive change and building cohesive communities. He's playing golf and cycling, mountain biking, running, and yeah, the life of sport actually. And we are very happy to have him. Also, he holds a postgraduate diploma in sport development and peace that he graduated with cum laude from the University of the Western Cape, and is presently busy with his master's degree at that university. Then we have also somebody that is not a newcomer. Yoro has also been with us yesterday. So just to say, he has a lot of accolades. He is currently the Director of Sport and Recreation at the University of the Gambia. Also on the Gambia National Anti-Doping Compliance Platform, on the Gambia National Olympic Committee, and the task force of the Ministry of Youth and Sport Technical Working Group for the legal draft and advisory service for the draft amendment of the legal frameworks of the Gambia in the office of the minister, who we had here earlier. Thank you very much, Yoro, for joining us on this panel. Then we have from all the way from Cape Town, Ms. Redine Lucas. Redine is a master's candidate at our university. She is also our research assistant. She is the chair of the youth network of the Foundation for Sport Development and Peace, and the project and social media officer recently of the newly formed Olympic Studies Research Initiative. She has been nominated by the Mail and Guardian and recognized as the top 200 South African under the sports category, young people, the brand ambassador of UWC, a golden key member. And yeah, she is a wonderful person itself, and we are really happy that she can join us from the Cape. And that brings us to the panel. And then I would like to welcome very warmly our two panel chairs. You have seen Ben already, he has been introduced, but we are also joined by Mr. Lane Robinson, who heads the Commonwealth Secretariat for Sport and Development, and I'm really glad he could make it today. He was yesterday very busy with the, as you know, Commonwealth Minister Conference, and we are really happy to have you with us. Over to you, gentlemen. Go ahead. I'll give you a sign.
Yeah, thank you very much, Marion, and great to see some familiar faces and also some new faces on our panel, multicultural, multilingual panel of experts, which will be focusing on this area of youth and mental health in sport. So we heard a lot.
I just want to, so sorry, just one thing. Ivy cannot, or she's struggling to join us, but I do want to recognize her in case she gets in. Ivy would, if she can, join us from Malawi. She's the first female sports science lecturer at the University of Malawi of Science and Technology, the fourth public university in Malawi. And she has a Bachelor of Education and Physical Education from the College of Education in the University of Malawi before she went for her Master's in Sport and Recreation Exercise Sciences at UWC. And she's working on the late phase of her PhD at the same university. She's also co-investigator of the African Union Sports Council Region 5 and research project focusing on the inclusion of people with disabilities, girls and women in sport. And she's leading an in-depth study in the field analysis at the moment in Malawi. And she coordinates the Women Leadership Program and Sport for All Malawi chapter. So Ivy, if you do hear us, please try to connect. If none, we have recognized you and we're happy you can hopefully listen online. Sorry.
No. Yeah, no problem. So this panel is focusing on youth and mental health in sport. So we heard a lot already about mental health, but obviously just to recognize the scale of the mental health crisis facing the globe across and within regions. We also know that mental health issues and challenges have been compounded by a range of intersecting crises such as COVID-19, humanitarian conflicts, over 100 million people displaced, more than ever in the world, and that it's a critical issue, as is youth. Youth are not only the future of sport and development, but I would say also the present as well, and youth leadership and engagement in sport and in sport for development and peace is a critical area, as well as the role sport for development can play in getting youth into employment, education, and training. So we heard that 1 in 4 young people around the world do not have access to employment, education, and training. And there is evidence actually that shows that sport can play a role in getting young people into employment, education, and training and help them start a career. So we've got these wonderful panelists. I'm going to pose the first few questions to them, and then I'll hand over to Mr. Robinson from the Commonwealth. Who will pose some of the further questions. So we're going to start off with just where do you stand on the topics today, which include mental health and SDGs, and what are your present lessons of experience in this field? And I'm going to kick off with Debbie Alexander, who is a world expert in this field, an IPC governing body member at large, as well as a clinical psychologist, and then we can move to some other of the panelists, including those online. Thank you.
Is it on? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to share some thoughts with you today. So I prepared this presentation on mental health, and what I've done is I've couched it in the context of Ubuntu, because for me that's important. And for those of you who don't know, I mean, Maren mentioned it yesterday, Ubuntu is I'm a person through other people, and I am because you are. And Ubuntu speaks to our humanity, our ability to love, be compassionate, kind, understanding, empathic, and to value our relationships. So when we're working with young people, we need to keep that in mind. It's our role that how we project ourselves. And when we're thinking about mental health, I just want to share with you a poem, or a short aspect of a poem by Rumi. It was done in the 13th century. And he said, "This, being human, is a guest house. Every morning, a new arrival, a joy, a depression, a meanness. Some momentary awareness comes as an unexpected visitor." So that goes for all of us, but also the youth that we would work with. And we need to keep that in our minds. So when we're working with youth, the first thing we do is introspection. What is it who am I? What do I bring? And when we talk about introspection, we want to know the limits of what we genuinely know and what we don't know. So we all have blind spots. And when we're talking about introspection, we're thinking about our perceptions of ourselves and the world. And these perceptions are produced by our genetics, but our environments, the things we've been exposed to along the way. And we come with each one of us with a specific mindset, but we are dealing with people who are coming with different mindsets. So how is it that we engage those children? We have to understand ourselves first, and then we need to understand their context and what they bring. And just keep in mind that our perspectives of ourselves, our perceptions, influence how we think about ourselves and the world. Now, our thoughts influence how we feel and how we behave. So we need to be mindful of our own thoughts, but we also need to be mindful of the thoughts of the young people that we're working with. So what is it that they're bringing, and where do they, how are they influenced, and how do we best meet them? That's very important. Now, so first of all, when we're thinking about the youth, we need to think about nature and nurture. So there's obviously their genetics, and then the environment that they've grown up in. So the immediate family is the first port of call, and then when they go to sport, to school, to their religious denominations, all of that influences who they are. And we need to keep that in our minds. Now, the one thing that really irks me is the language that we use, because language can be quite dehumanizing. So often if we speak to an athlete and we'll say an athlete, it's not an athlete. I'm not a clinical psychologist. I'm a human being. I'm a person who is engaging in that activity. So in sport, we tend to do that and we forget about the person. And I want to remind us that it's the person that is important. And we need to keep that in our minds. So please remember the language that you use. So to mental health is on a continuum. So we have mental health, well, vitality, the best of mental health. We have mental health. And remember, there's no health without mental health. And then we have mental disorders. So your athlete can come from anywhere on that continuum. So an athlete who does have a mental disorder, a depression and anxiety, an eating disorder, maybe a PTSD, maybe something more severe, is still has the opportunity to participate in sport. And we know that participating in sport is great for physical and mental health. So keep in mind that that athlete, you need to work with in a different way. Now you have your athlete who comes in with great physical and mental health, and we want to get them to the other end of the scale. So we can get them there if we're mindful of their potential, minus the interferences. So what is going to get in their way of realizing their potential to be at their best performance? So we need to be mindful, and we've heard about COVID, we've heard about lack of resources, there's poverty, parental influence on the child. All of that needs to be managed in the kindest, nicest way to get the person to be the best version of themselves. So just keeping in mind, mental health is on a continuum, and I did say that no health without mental health, but just remember that the absence of mental disorders does not mean that there's no mental, that doesn't mean mental health. So the state, what's important is physical, mental, social, and spiritual well-being when we're talking about mental health. And then I thought I'd just give you a sense of what does mental ill health look like. So mental disorders. So there will be disturbance in the way they think, their emotion regulation, their behavior, and there'll be dysfunction in their psychological, biological, or developmental processes. And then that's associated with significant distress in personal, social, academic, and or school functioning, if we're talking about youth. So just keeping in mind that when we're working with the youth, we need to be aware of all of this so that we can intervene appropriately. And I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Great. Yeah. Thanks, Debbie. Some fantastic insights. And I'm really glad to see that we have some young people on this panel. Nothing about us without us is a rallying call. So I'm actually going to hand over to some of them to share some quick reflections on their experience on mental health and sport, and obviously youth leadership and engagement in sport for development peace. So maybe we can kick off with Sandrine, and then we've got Jeremy and Raydeen online, who can maybe come in with some quick reflections, and then we'll go to Yoro and Gary for some quick inputs. Over to you, Sandrine.
Thank you. So I'm going to be wearing two hats today. On the one hand, there's the athlete Olympian hat. On the other hand, I do work for World Olympian Association as responsible for Olympian Association in Africa and Europe. So thank you so much for what you just said. I do think in a name, so, and speaking as an Olympian here, sometimes in the name of medals, there's going to be a lot of pressure on athletes, Olympians. So some very good insights there. And I do think that we are making a lot of progress. If a Simone Biles drops out of an Olympic saying, no, I'm not great with my mental health, I think this is a very big step forward. Because sometimes as an athlete, I used to see that practices that maybe in society, like between colleagues, would not be appreciated, that in sports that we say, but it's for the Olympic gold, just push through this and this barrier. So I'm very happy that even maybe for a lot of people, it will be like, there's more and more problems in sports. No, I think things are just becoming more visible. So I'm very grateful for that. Now, wearing the World Olympians Association hat to say, I do think that the role modelship, the mentoring role modelship, that really works. If we see a Simone Biles taking the action, great. But even if at schools, if one of the students takes a certain action around mental health, around like even just being a leader in their group or whatever, people pick it up. And sometimes we think that mentorship is only like an older person talking to a younger, or someone more experienced on a topic talking to their mentee. But still both of them learn, right? So I'm quite positive. If we see the situation today, yes, there is still a long road to go, but I'm quite positive. Both as an Olympian, I see the changes that are made, and both working for the World Olympians Association, I see that Olympians associations are growing, are doing more things with youth, are doing more projects around mental health. And yeah, hopefully it will just inspire other people as well, because I'll also build on what you just said. Sometimes we think, Olympism, Olympics, or Olympians, and we try to strengthen a certain organization, a certain way of thinking. But in strengthening it, we kind of forget to connect with others. And there as well, I continue to be hopeful. And because like this, I think this panel is great. We have people from the academic world. We have people from everywhere. Sports can be a goal. And Olympics, maybe the opening ceremony in the next days, we will see it more like a goal, but it's also a means to an end, not forgetting that other things in life are also a means to an end. If we talk about culture, it can also unite people, unite youth, bring the best out in people. So I'm going to be respectful of my other panelists, but yeah, those were my few points. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sandrine, for that insightful intervention. I think we'll go to Raydeen Lucas, who's online, and then after Raydeen, we can go to Jeremy. Over to you, Raydeen.
Hi, Ben. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for the platform and for today. It's been very informative. Firstly, I'd like to start off by defining sport in its most basic form, not as a sport code, but as all forms of physical activity, games, recreational activities, and at grassroots level, like Ms. Knott mentioned yesterday on the panel. And the sport for development creates community, which improves mental health, which can contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals. That's what I've learned at the Youth Network. So the philosophy of Olympism is not individualistic in its practice. It calls for community, which is found through sport. So in my work with the youth at the Youth Network, I see youth stuck in a cycle of hopelessness and helplessness, which can be attributed to the current climate of our society. We are all self-isolated, and COVID further exacerbated that isolation in youth. And how we get back to the community aspect of life is through sport and the practice of Olympism. So when we talk about Olympic values, I always want to bring it down to two friends having a conversation over coffee. Hey, did you hear about this new philosophy of life that I learned? So my question is always, if we are not at peace societally or socially, how do we achieve peace individually and in isolation? And so what I've learned from the work that I do at the Youth Network, where we provide a platform for young people to speak, to share their thoughts, to lead, and for peer mentorship, the life and the meaning of life is not congruent with what youth are being taught and the idealism that comes with being a young person. youth live and believe idealistically. And I say this very positively because as sport for development practitioners, as leaders and change makers, we are doing the work to contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals. These are goals to an ideal world. Therefore, idealism is exactly the mindset to have when practicing values education and Olympism, as it calls for us to strive for our highest ideals. So to bring it back to mental health and sport, as leaders, we must be able to communicate the language of mental health, like Dr. Alexander mentioned, and be able to see the signs and symptoms well before mental health becomes dire to our athletes, to the person, to the individual. And this language is very unique. It requires leaders such as ourselves in the room, online, to lead authentically and engage in intergenerational collaboration on the field, in the classroom, in our businesses, at our organizations, in government, and in our spheres of influence. But for now, I'll leave it over there. Thank you so much, Ben.
Okay, thanks, Radine. We'll go straight to Jeremy for your insights.
Thank you very much. First of all, can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Perfectly. I would like to warmly thank you for welcoming me in this conference, especially Marion came. And sorry I cannot make it in person to Paris, but I'm very glad to be able to follow that conference. It is much inspiring. So to answer the questions, talking from the perspective of a French academic institution, at least in a sports sciences faculty in France, I see a lack of consideration sometimes among my colleagues on topics including mental health, SDGs, and SDP. If mental health is one field of study and research, I don't see much of my colleagues talking about or teaching on SDGs and SDP. When I was an assistant professor at the University of Tsukuba in Japan, I was coordinator for a bachelor's program that was almost 100% dedicated to that topics. So some faculties in universities have strong interest for those topics, but apart from people whose field of research it is, others don't talk much about it, I must say. So let me tell you about now young athletes that I follow for my researches. There are young athletes in biathlons for Winter Olympics, and their goal, as they say, and as their coach says, is simply to get Olympic medals in the future. That's it. And I'm happy that what I can say now is coming from research results. It is maybe only one example, but for them, the young athletes and coaches, mental health is just the second plan. It is clearly considered as not a priority when athletes are young. I'm now talking about 15 to 19 years old elite athletes. And the coach tells me that mental health consists in the last detail we must work on in the shaping of an athlete, taking the metaphor of a sculpture. And that was very impacting my way to think about these topics. And also what I would like to say is, from what I can see, observe, and attest, young athletes and students, as well as coaches and professors, again, apart from those whose field of research it is, don't seem much concerned. They have other concerns and priorities. It has grown bigger in the country since we know Olympic Games would happen in Paris, but the question is to highlight these perspectives anytime. So I like the concept of the Olympism 365. So to move to the other question, to me, priorities are to target those who are not specialists and communicate more about who is working on such topics, and not only communicate it through peer-reviewed articles. As an academic, I feel sometimes isolated among colleagues who are focused on their own topic and not much open to collaborate widely in a multidisciplinary way or transdisciplinary way and take into account SDGs, SDP, mental health, and a promotion for sport and peace. So how can we involve others? So how I see it is I wish it is possible to report who is working on such topics and where, and then, yes, communicate more about it. I feel that for many of my students, colleagues, the coaches that I follow and athletes, actually, they are not much aware about the work international organizations concretely actually do, it feels far from them. So maybe how can we involve others by showing the way, organizing events, small events among institutions, clubs, federations, students, associations at small scale. And from the university perspective, association students have so much energy to give, and I would like to help them to achieve that goal, from small to bigger, and make it happen here and there by doing things concretely, and let's do it together. I agree that as it has been said earlier today, people need to be reached to their hearts very young, and also after school, at university and beyond, and to experience it more than to only hear it. That's the message I would like to send today, and I thank you for your attention.
Yep, merci beaucoup, Jeremy. And you
Merci.
covered all four questions, so thank you very much. We'll go quickly now, and I'm going to just have to ask people to keep the intervention short, just because we're a bit behind schedule. But Yoro, to share from a Gambian perspective, your experiences in this space. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I was going to read an entire article, but yeah, a write-up that I've just made, but because we're running out of time, we can just have a discussion. I think it's just a common discussion that one of the key things that really affects the athletes, like for instance, back home. So there are a lot of reasons why young kids gets into sports, because they want to use sports as a tool to fight poverty, particularly in football. So the pressure around your society, the pressure around your coaches and yourself on performing high really have a great impact in your mental health. And also because of the lack of resources, particularly the lack of good coaches for recovery and conditioning, and also nutritionists plays an important role, because as a young athlete, after doing sports, you go back home on your own. You don't have a specific program that really guides you on how to recover or how to manage your time, when to sleep and when not to sleep. So these are indirect things that really affects young athletes and their mental health. And also not actively participating in the required, according to the WHO, an active person is defined as someone that does 150 minutes of moderate exercise per week. So if missing all these informations as well contribute to the mental health. But what we do back home is we use more of physical education, that is the PE that we have in schools, and try to bridge the gap of being inactive. So generally, the problem it's almost the same, because lack of capacity also can contribute, because how much training programs you're going to give to the athlete has something to do with how much are you trained as a coach. Most of the time it leads to burnout, because you just keep putting pressures and putting a lot of program on the athlete that he cannot contain, or maybe needs some recovery programs. I can experience that. I was an athlete when I was in high school, and it was just crazy. Every day you go home tired, not knowing what to do, because definitely the coaches will always do their best, but they have a limit on how much they can help you. So the lack of educations and the social pressure also contributes to the mental health of the athletes. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And Thank you for sharing a unique perspective and also from the perspective of an athlete. I think it's important as well that, we must recognize sport does not automatically contribute to positive mental health. It's the way in which sport is organized and delivered that determines whether it contributes to mental health or reinforces mental health challenges. We're going to go to Gary Frank, and apologies for shortened interventions, but if you have prepared more substantive presentations, I'm sure they can be circulated post-meeting, because the perspectives from places like the Gambia are very important here today. Gary, over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks, Ben, panel members. It's a real honor to be here from the little corner of the African continent. So it's really an honor for us to be here today. So I'm not going to delve into any of the other topics that the speakers covered. I think they've covered most of the mental health things. But from myself, that's a public servant and working in the government in South Africa, one of our key roles is to create an enabling environment. And I think in order for all of this to thrive, that is our job, to ensure that we create the environment for all of this to thrive. And at the moment in the Western Cape of South Africa, and the department that I work for, which is the Cultural Affairs and Sport, we have effectively aligned all of our initiatives with the Sustainable Development Goals. It's something that has been coming on for a long time, and it's been inculcated in all of our annual performance plans and our MTF periods going forward. I think we've emphasized the role of sport, and we as a department promote physical and mental well-being, social inclusion, sustainable development. It's inculcated in all of our programs. I think some of the key programs like Dr. Bowe mentioned, which is our mass participation and sport development program, and they are designed to encourage active lifestyles, to improve the mental health and provide platforms for youth engagement. One of the biggest problems we have in South Africa is that the youth do not have a voice. And many of the programs that we are trying to run is to give youth that voice and show them that you can overcome. South Africa is an extremely diverse country with the haves and the have-nots, and the majority are unfortunately the have-nots. So it's really important for us to provide those platforms to ensure that they can have proper engagement and empowerment of the youth. And I think one of the key things Ben mentioned earlier on was access and opportunity, and the upgrading of sport infrastructure. I mean, such as the buildings, multi-purpose sport complexes, improving the existing sport and recreation facilities, and it plays a huge role in creating and achieving these objectives. And it's one of the roles as provincial and local government that we need to improve on those sport and recreation infrastructures. Just to note, everybody was speaking a lot about sport this morning, and in the South African context, we always talk about sport and recreation. I think it's termed as leisure in some of the global north. So it's always really important to ensure that we talk about sport and recreation and the power that it has on mental health, the Sustainable Development Goals, and sport development and peace. Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess in this last part of the conversation, in the time that we have, my question to all the panelists is about where do we go from here? But I want to probably kind of mix the idea of youth, mental health, and sports, and to ask you to respond to the perspective on the issue of, when Olympism, the ideals were crafted at conception, the difference between that world and this world, to my mind, is the issue of technology. And the idea that sports is not just the way it was considered then, but you have the rise now of technological innovations, and the type of sports we practice, or that young people is practicing, is esports, e-games, the level of connectivity they have in terms of that friendship, the ideal about it's now global, you use your phone. And all of that is mixed together with a very interesting concept on mental health. If the games that I'm now doing is not out in the field, but is in my room on a PlayStation or Xbox, that's my sports now. So I want you to give me a perspective on where do we go from here with the idea that we're juxtaposing the ideals of Olympism as were originally intended, as we think about the future and mental health and youth, what youth are today, where do we go from here? Those values and ideals, big change, technology is now shifting all of that. How does it play out? I want you to I know you may have prescribed scripts, but help us unpack this, because I think that is the youth mental health sports dilemma of our current era. And I'm not sure if I'm wrong here, but I'd love to hear perspectives on that. So when I think about what brings us all together, the big difference between the values that were exposed then is technology. And other things too, but I want to use that, the idea that technology is a game changer. And it's youth and it's mental health. What is your perspective? Where do we go from here, given this particular situation? And I'll begin with all of you can give a response, including those online.
I would just take it short. Yes, technology can play a very important role in bringing people together from afar. But also, I know the academics will agree with me that there's still ongoing debate about esports, if esports is a sport or not, because of the physical exertion in it. So, yeah, like physical activities and social interactions really contribute to the mental health. For instance, like if a kid is a like e-sport player, maybe he's alone in his house.
Yes.
Maybe he's having some interactions afar, but how about his close environment? Yes. What impact will that have on the kids, on his health, and physical health, and also on its mental health? So we cannot, in general, say that technology is not driving a positive change, but also we have to also look at the negative changes that technology is bringing in ensuring that it expands the social network, but also the mental health around not moving physically. Yeah.
Yes. So the question there is, what do we do about it? That's now that that's the context. I mean, I have a 7-year-old child. He says he's a gamer.
Yeah.
He's 7. He says one of the things that define him, I'm a gamer, daddy.
So I think sensitization will play an important role in ensuring that you allow them to play the game.
So one is sensitization.
Sensitization, yes, exactly. Yeah.
Where do we go from here with this interesting mix?
I think maybe technology, okay, we're living in this big changing world, but maybe let's not over spotlight it as well. It's a vehicle. I think if back in the days, the wheel got invented, it was like, oh, technology, like, you know? So it's, again, sports can be a goal, but it's also a means to an end. It's the Olympism, like, let's get people to get to know the Olympic values.
Yes.
And I do think if you're getting these Olympic values by running in an athletics stadium, or by playing on your PlayStation, it depends, like, taking an angle on how you should see technology needs to be in relationship with the goal that you see.
Yeah.
If you see the goal is getting people and young people to have these Olympic values, then I think technology and e-games can for sure do that. If it's really the goal is, no, we need to have people move, then that's another difference. But I think movements, sports, is also to get people to know these values.
So the second point here is ensure that those values in this technological space are maintained. The values of Olympism are ingrained, which is now not the case.
And in that, not overlighting technology and saying, oh, technology, no, it's the Olympic values. And they were the same, just as humans.
Which the values don't change. Which the values don't change.
Exactly.
Very good. Other members?
Yeah, you know, from a psychology perspective, we only exist because of relationships.
Correct.
We don't fall out and get up and no. We need relationships to exist. And earlier I mentioned the language, and that we start off in a family, and that we build around in terms of education, sport. Technology will be one of those things, and we can't just focus everything there. We've seen that with athletes, with our work with Olympic and Paralympic athletes, at the end of their careers, because I'm only an 400-meter athlete or etc. They don't know who they are, but the fact is, there are so many other things, and that's just one aspect. So when we're working with our young children, and I have a granddaughter that's 9, I know what to tell the parents. This is one aspect, but please
make sure
she has to go outside. outside.
It's interesting. You know, in the e-game space, when you mentioned identity, knowing who I am. So one of the things you do is you create a new identity.
Yes.
So I can be a 50-year-old man, but in the gaming world, I have recreated myself. So who am I as a young person within it? So the idea of the psychological, what you started off very clearly saying, you know, I know we don't have time to unpack all of this stuff, but your identity, who I am and who I represent within the context of a game. And as I form those relationships in the gaming space, because you can play together, you know, using, who am I? And does that have a role on young person psychology going into the future? Let's hear some more discussions.
Look, thanks. I think Dr. Marcus mentioned something of it yesterday, and he said it quite easily. He said we have to embrace it,
yes, we have to
and use it as a vehicle to the youth. If that is the way that we are going to bring youth to the table, then we need to use it optimally. And there's about 3 or 4 ways which I think we can do it. You know, expand the access. Okay. You know, extend your programs to reach more undeserved and marginalized communities through those things. Get the resources and ensure that they can have access to those type of resources. Then you got to enhance the quality. Yes. You know, upgrade and continually improve your programs to ensure that you start to get that technological factor into it. Integrate those services, you know, collaboration with many other organizations. Ollie mentioned earlier on, there's 58 organizations in the Network for Olympism 365. Please reach out to us in South Africa. We'd love to be a part of it. Let us get into it. We cannot do this alone. The partnership is one of the biggest things that we are going to use to get into that technological space. We cannot do it alone. And then, but at the same time, we also need to look at sustainable development. And we need to ensure the sustainability of our sport programs through those long-term funding and strategic partnerships. And it's going to be crucial in the technological space to maintain that positive impact. We got a partner with NGOs, businesses. You got to get secure, consistent funding to continually keep up with the technological world. But I think the key is embrace it, use it as a vehicle to get to the youth, and we can only thrive from there. Thank you.
Excellent points. I like that clarity of perspective of, you know, the access. It's still, if this is going to be the new frame, technology is one of the frames that, no, it's the fastest growing, the esports sector is one of the fastest growing things. It will be what people are engaging with already. People are talking about how it will affect the traditional games and so on. It is. So the access is important for the poorest, the NGO community needs to, and within that, the values, you know, you're talking about some of that, those ideas of identity. So I think we probably need to fast forward and bring the ideas of Olympism into our current era and make sure those same values are held. Let's hear from those who are online. I see we have Professor Bride and we have Radine. We want to hear your thoughts from those online. Again, using technology, just to say.
Oh, okay. I was going to give Jeremy the floor. Oh, Ivy also has a hand raised. So maybe Ivy, if you wanted to say something.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I wanted to just say something, particularly maybe with the experience that we've had from this end. Actually, my name is Ivy from Malawi. And the issue that is being discussed, really, it is something we really need to have, you know, a solution to that. Malawi as a country, it faces significant challenges in addressing youth mental health. Youth, those that are also into sport, some they do recreational sport, some they do the competitive sport, but still the mental health is a very big issue that really needs to be addressed. So what I would just want to add on what other speakers have already said is that if we are to maybe get into the solutions, because we are looking at where do we go. Now, I would suggest that maybe we need to enhance the community engagement by raising awareness and reducing stigma around the mental health through community-based programs and campaigns. So these campaigns, sometimes they can be done through social media, because most of the youth, they are so close to their phones, they are so close to their television, they are close to all those devices that, you know, can be used to to get to what can really, you know, solve the problem in terms of the programs that we feel they can actually address this problem. Not only that, we're also looking at promoting inclusive sport programs, ensuring that sport programs are accessible to all, including these marginalized groups such as women, people with disabilities, and those from low-income backgrounds. So if we can have such things, maybe on social media and through other, you know, gadgets that youth they interact with now and again, we may find solutions to such. Yeah, so I just wanted to say a little bit on these things, because I'm sorry I joined late because I'm having challenges with the internet this side. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your contribution, Ivy. We welcome you. Just for the others, briefly as well, in probably a minute or so, what is your response? Where do we go from here? Olympism going into our time going forward, where do we go from here? Youth, mental health, sports.
Yeah, maybe Ray Dean and Jeremy just quickly.
Yeah.
Sure, I can go ahead. I think the important thing when it comes to technology and mental health is to embrace it as Gary said. This is the language that youth are speaking to each other in. And so this is where intergenerational collaboration is most important, because in order to understand the language that youth are speaking in to one another, we must educate ourselves on their platforms. And so as someone who also participates in e-games, I think in the education of Olympism, it is important to remember that physical activity is still part of life, even though we are participating in sport online. The philosophy of life is to be active. So something that Prof. Kaim always says is to know thyself and then do everything in moderation. And I think that is something that's very important when it comes to mental health and esports. Thanks.
Interesting. Thank you. No final comment online. Jeremy, add anything?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a very interesting question, and to answer that question, I would like to give a question. Actually, is the definition of sport then? What do we define as a sport then? Recently, I've been again to the Olympic Museum, and I could see at the very beginning the definition of sport, like back in the time in the Greek antique Olympics, and then this is something I've been working much on, is the definition of sport. Like, what do we define as a sport? Does it include physical activity? And that's a very difficult question to include esports in the Olympism for youth, because on one hand, then maybe we can consider that esport, then if it's not physical, like if there is no actual true physical activity in it, then we cannot maybe include in it, even though some researchers show that it is inside the body, like quite similar to your physical activity, but the body of the practitioners actually is not so much moving. So then I would like first is to ask the question, what do we put in the definition of sport? But on the other hand, then maybe that's the solution, maybe to make move young students or young people when they are not interested at all in physical activity. And recently in the conference in Lausanne, we could discover, I mean, I didn't know that process is, it's called Plélu, and then it's mixing video games and physical activity, both in the same time. So actually, maybe, yes, that's something we could take into account for Olympism.
No, thank you. I mean, the question of youth, mental health, sports, and the redefinition of what that means is going to be an important next step. Maybe we can't solve that question here, but we should begin to ask ourselves these difficult questions in academia, in research, in policy, and take on some of the recommendations that have been made here. Keep the values central, make it accessible, go back to the original ideas and make sure that they still hold true, even in the modern age. But I don't think we can avoid dealing with this going forward. And I think there's maybe a correlation between the mental health issues we're seeing more defined now and the rise of technology and on the youth, because that's, as somebody said, is their language. So I think maybe just to hand back to say, we have come so far with the very good ideas that have been expressed, but now we're being challenged to think differently about the way going forward. And I think that's something that we could all take away from this session, that we need to do more work, more research, and put in those systems and structures that we have done for the traditional games, and now look to the future with the new rise of new ideas, new types of games, new types of sports. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lane. Yeah, so just to conclude, I think it's not technology, it's how we use technology. And we haven't discussed AI in sport, but this is obviously an increasing pertinent issue. The Commonwealth has actually done some work on this issue, as has the IOC and others. And I think this is a topic for another day. We're not going to take questions because we are running a bit behind schedule, but feel free to engage with any of our panelists when we do break. So could we just give a round of applause for all our panelists here and online? I think we'll do a quick photo and then I'll hand over to Marion to continue.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for organizing. I can only imagine how much work was it. Oh, yes, yes.
Oh, okay. I'm so glad you could stay.
Closer together. Very nice.
Yes, sorry that I was a bit.
No, no. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you.
What is your name? Another inspiring panel, and thank you so much also for everybody online, the speakers and the participants. Yes, so we're coming a little bit closer to the end. Debbie, Dr. Alexander just said that we cannot exist without relationships, and that's a psychological fact. It also links up to what we said yesterday in terms of the concept of Ubuntu, which is much older than the psychological fact of like, I am because you are. So we need each other and the common sense of humanness. So psychology then also found out we cannot exist without one another, but the ancient African philosophers, although they were not seen as philosophers, already knew that. But that's why we're here. That's why we're doing what we're doing. We're doing that because we can't do it without each other, and we do it better with each other, and we need to do more in the future. So I was supposed to say something about collaboration and working together better, but yesterday we had a meeting with our partners, and we decided actually to go a different way, namely, oops, is this thing gone? Is the screen gone? Miguel, we need the screen for the one thing. So what we actually came up with, and we ask you for input and assistance in that regard, is actually a declaration. You know, always when the United Nations have these big declarations and different kind of policies that come out or suggested. So we, with colleagues under the leadership of Professor de Koning, last night until 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock it was, came actually up with a declaration. We also consulted then with Alexandra, Vigil, with Lyndon and Gary. And we have a proposal that we would like to have that as a declaration, also on the way from here, or Gilles said, to Cortina, but also to Senegal with the youth games and beyond. So this would be the declaration, and it's an open declaration for people who were here the last 2 days or one of the 2 days, if they can see themselves in the declaration, if you would like to add something to the declaration. So up to now, it would be the National Pierre de Coubertin Committee of South Africa, the National Pierre de Coubertin Committee of France, the National Pierre de Coubertin Family Association, and the UNESCO Chair for Development, Peace, and Olympic Education. These were the organizing partners in the hosting of this Paris 24 International Olympic Education, Sport and Peace Conference held yesterday and today, recognizing the participation and the contribution of all of you. And I hope you haven't forgotten, but if you do, please send it to us or speak to us. So the contributions of the IOC, of the IOA, of the IPC, of UNESCO, the African Sports Council, TAFISA, IXB, various NOCs and international federations, University of the Western Cape, Sport University Cologne. Actually, Heidelberg is not here, which I have to add. Ooh, how can I not? Yes, University of Heidelberg, the International Peace Research Association with MAT, the Commonwealth Secretariat, the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport of the Western Cape, and the International Working Group for Women in Sport, recognizing the significant contribution of what we talked about here, Olympic education, Olympic values, and sport and development and peace in the development of our communities. Actually, that must be Olympic and Paralympic values here as well. But please help me, because instead of me giving you a 10 minutes introduction or conclusion about cooperation, please assist in terms of what you would like to have added, if it is not here. Well, that Lyndon?
13, world peace, needs an E.
13, oh, I'm not down here, okay. So the organizing partners and participants of the conference closely align with the vision of Pierre de Coubertin, the IOC and the IPC in promoting Olympic education, Olympic and Paralympic values, and sport development and peace, and emphasizing the synergies between sport education and development. This partnership leverages the power of sport to promote Olympism, Olympic values, mutual cooperation, collaboration, social inclusion, and sustainable development worldwide. The purpose and the key resolutions came out from the contribution. So the purpose would be how to go forward, what we want to do. We want to promote Olympism, the Olympic and Paralympic values. We would like to do promoting sport development and peace, and we would like to enhance partnerships and networking. The key resolutions coming out of the last 2 days would be promoting the work and ideals of Pierre de Coubertin, strengthening networks and partnerships, deepening collaboration between partners, enhancing Olympic education, Olympic values, and sport and development and peace. Then we must put Paralympic values. Promoting the inner peace, that was a contribution that was very much highlighted by the French Pierre de Coubertin Committee and by Professor Gilles Lecoq. And spiritual well-being, especially also the work that the Catholic University is doing, where we find ourselves today. Acknowledging the role that sport and peace can play in the mediation of conflicts that came from the government side, Lyndon's point, promoting respite prospice, that was a red line in terms of looking back to learn, sharing history for a more peaceful and enriching future, enhancing inclusivity and cohesion. Then we had the business panel, as you remember, encouraging business to promote Olympism and Olympic values, involving governments and civil society to promote Olympism and Olympic values, as well as SDP, promoting alignment between sport culture and education. A cultural aspect came very much through as well, and the importance of thereof, promoting the sustainable development goals and world peace. So this is, oh, there is, Gary has an input and Lombe as well. Gary first. Your university? Oh, the US Pierre de Coubertin Committee.
And also, if I was just adding something that's active about, oh, sorry. There you go. Please feel free to add the US Pierre de Coubertin Committee to supporting the work. And then I would suggest adding a resolution focused on engaging actively with youth from kindergarten through university in promoting the ideals and values and actually sport on the ground.
This might be covered, but I think it would help to add something along to continue to critically engage with the notion of sport for all. I think that part brought a very excellent way of critiquing the work around Olympism, and we shouldn't lose it.
Okay, I'll go one and then I'll go two.
Yes, sport for all, I deeply from my heart should be continued to use that phrase, sports for all. Even in the International Olympic Committee, change it to sports for active societies. It makes sense, but the origin is exactly sports for all, and we will never forget that and keep it in our resolution papers. Thank you.
Can you, Yezima, keep it like that?
I'll just propose to have a resolution that articulates the commitment to continuous research, learning, and inquiry around these values and principles, as well as how we go about advancing sport for development and peace.
The research in the fields above, I will put that in as another.
Thank you. So most of you know me as a university professor, which is what I've been most of my adult life, but this is just a small addendum if you're taking careful notes. And if you agree with what Gary said and the amendment he added on, I couldn't really go home to my family and my people if I didn't amend it by saying, you have to say pre-K. You can't just say kindergarten 2, you have to say pre-K, because we have to get them even younger. And frankly, I learned more about what I know about psychology and developmental human interaction from the pre-K and early childhood educators than anything I ever learned about how to become a university professor. So please, pre-K.
I just wanted to make a couple of quick points. I don't know if necessarily I want to change or suggest any changes to the document. But I think, as I would have shared yesterday and my colleague from the Caribbean would have shared, I just wanted to make two important points. One, sport development and sport for development, there is a clear distinction. It is not just academic and theoretical. The IOC and most international sport organizations focus on sport development, which has an end game high performance. The other important point is we cannot talk about promoting peace as long as the European capitalist system divides the rich and the poor. We cannot have peace if Nelson Mandela's words of the power of sport means little for youth and young people in the global south. I urge you all, as part of the enduring legacy of the genius of sport, that concrete efforts be made. Sports is now a $600 billion US business, and a few profit from the blood, sweat, and tears and sacrifices of many youth and young people, in particular Black and brown athletes and youth and young people, coaches and administrators in the global south, who adhere to the Olympic Charter's view and declaration that sport is still amateur. While many of the athletes starve and struggle, and they watch the suits travel business class and enjoy significant podiums. I repeat again, there can be no peace in the world if some benefit from the starvation and sacrifice and blood and sweat and tears of many in the global south.
Brian, I tried to capture it with 13 and 17, but we will work on it and come back to you if you're happy with that. Anyone else?
Yeah, yes.
Yes.
Hi, Leandro Olvik from the International Table Tennis Federation Foundation. We are fully aligned with these key resolutions. There would be, I would suggest one addition, which is the use to promote the use of sport to improve population's health.
Thank you, Leandro.
Sorry, my director has spoken, but this was a topic that emerged in the last 2 days. It's on technology, so recognizing technology as an enabler and not an obstacle to spread and promote Olympism.
This might be an issue of the structure or creating a section that more is acknowledging the other commitments and sort of frameworks that we all support or at least have worked on, so that we do not have 100 points in this document. So I think I would propose if we have a section somewhere with a subheading where we list some of the core frameworks that we are all agreed align with this or support this declaration we're making. Stuff around Fit for Life, the Sport for Generation Equality, the Commonwealth outcomes, the human rights frameworks. So I think just to have a sentence that says we acknowledge those and support them. And for now, we focus on these key items. Thank you.
Thank you, Lombe. We will, in any case, we will fine tune it. We'll send it to everybody to get input in writing also before we vote. Yes.
Was it on purpose that you didn't include sustainable development goals?
No, we do have the sustainable development goals. Don't we have them? Here, the last number 12.
Oh, I did. I only saw SDP, sorry.
Okay. You're so used to the SDP, you don't know the long word anymore. You see, this is it with the younger generation. They only work in abbreviations. I'm actually typing. I typed it up. You don't see what I'm typing, but I captured that all. Thank you so very much for this. We will continue with liaising with you after the conference. I'd like to call Profs. Meyer and de Koning up to give us a closure and the way forward of day 2, and which will be followed by the word of thanks. Matt, will you join us, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, I will try to be brief. We've lost quite a number of participants now towards the end here, so I don't want to contribute to that. So I promise to keep my summary very short. Like yesterday, I noted that it's quite a task to summarize the conference today, so I'm not going to do an extensive summary. Luckily, I have Prof. Matt next to me that has this ability to summarize at a philosophical level within 2 or 3 minutes, and then we're done. But as I also said yesterday, because we have some participants here that haven't been here yesterday, what I tried to do is to pull some of the very special messages and observations that I've heard from participants that I'll be taking home. And you may be sharing that with me, or you may have heard other things, and please share that with me as well. Matt, are you okay?
I'm good. I'm going to follow you as usual.
Yes, keep an eye on me. So with day 2, I actually would like to make 1 or 2 comments on the welcome and introduction session. I think that we need to recognize the significance of the Catholic University of Paris and the role of and interface with Pierre de Coubertin also over the years. And Professor Lecoq, I would like to recognize and acknowledge your role in this conference in particular. It's very clear that there's been a very special relationship with your Pierre de Coubertin Committee of France, this university, which you said to me this morning is your home university, and we're so happy that you can host us here. What a very special place and a very special space to have these discussions in. So the context and the significance of where we are and what we've done is really striking to me. Let's start with the first speaker. I've really enjoyed the presentation by Oliver Dutfield from the IOC, and I told him so. I think it was an awesome presentation. We've heard a lot about Olympism 365, and sometimes we find it complex. But I found that Ollie gave it to us in a very straightforward way, and we can really identify with what he shared with us with respect to his way of explaining the different T-shirts, and we can take that home and explain it to others, and we will certainly take this message and the experiences that he shared with us and the way that he sees Olympism 365 with others. So he spoke of the T-shirt range that he saw at the museum regarding Pierre de Coubertin's philosophy, and he emphasized the issue of all sport for all people. And Ollie was really the one to start that theme today. I think it was a reoccurring and a very important theme throughout the day. He also said to us that there's no way that we can regard sport as a luxury, or that sport is regarded as a luxury in some quarters. We need to ensure access to the working class youth. And then he explained to us that there's really three axes that's very important in terms of Olympism 365. The first one is that, I need to get this right, Ollie, that we need to look beyond sport in the first instance, that it's about much more than sport. Secondly, Ollie said to us that we need to do it together, that together we can do this. And thirdly, Ollie said to us, it's about the system. And in terms of the system, he has argued, and I agree with him, that we need to take it to an organizational level and then to a systems level. So that we're able to institutionalize these type of changes that we would like to see. We need to mobilize all the access that we can, and Olympism 365 are part of those assets, and we acknowledge that, Ollie. In particular, he spoke of strengthening the role of sport in sustainable development, and that the issue is that we need to reach wider outcomes. And we need to follow an outcomes-based approach that includes, of course, health, inclusion, and sustainability. Sport and Olympism actually makes up that system, and it's about allocating resources. We need to institutionalize resources and focus on capacity building. We need to, thirdly, focus on our insights with regard to policy development. And he also spoke of resources in terms of campaigns with a social emphasis. With respect to the contribution by the head of sport in the United Nations, which is Philip emphasized values, resources, and results. He spoke of the United Nations Charter of Human Rights and then gave us a short history. Is that coffee for me to hurry up a bit, Matt? I'm still okay. And he asked us, what are the values if they are not implemented? And he then moved to Fit for Life and explained to us the context of that if we don't focus at the grassroots level, then social and mental resilience will not be addressed, and that in the face of COVID, we've especially experienced the need to move into that area and beyond. He's also asked us why is sport for development and Olympism not on the radar, and he said that there was a perception that there's so much money in sport. If we look at some of our large international federations, that some people think that in sport and development too, we do not need money. But he then emphasized to say that what's important to him is that we focus on the evidence of the social impact of sport. It's also an area that Ollie spoke of, that we need to get much better at providing evidence for sport for development. And then Philip argued that we need data, we need evidence also for non-sport outcomes and actives. We need to think of sport as part of the solution. He's asked us, what do we want to achieve? How do we want to achieve it? And how do we do it together? And of course, then he referred to the Change the Game conference that some of us attended in the last 2 days, and I will not be going there now. Then just in some of the further comments, we had the issue being raised by the UN Commission in South Africa about gender diversity and children in the comments after that I think that was an important one. And then we moved to panel 3. So panel 3 on the Africa we want. Prof. Kaim, I found that a very interesting mix of participants that we've had also online, and very encouraging what all of our participants have said. Many of them have argued that there's a clear alignment between the Africa we want and what we see in Olympism and the work of Pierre de Coubertin. Some quick comments on the speakers. Lyndon spoke of the cost of events in Africa, and that without assistance, in fact, we cannot have sport for all. So that in terms of equality and access, the South is actually at a disadvantage. It's much more difficult for them to raise the kind of resources expected of them from some of the multilaterals to be able to offer major events. And therefore, Lyndon is arguing that there needs to be a leveling of the playing field with respect to that too, and that also means sport for all. Otherwise, we would not be able to reach that. I really enjoyed Alexandra's presentation to us. I was never aware that Pierre de Coubertin, so many years back, no, it's 100 years back if you speak of 1923, and in fact more than 100 years, that Pierre de Coubertin had those insights into, the significance of Africa and people outside of Europe. Something that Alexandra focused on, and also Marion and some other speakers later, so I find it a reoccurring theme is the whole issue of change of mindsets. And then she spoke to us about sports for all, and she asked, but what does all mean? And she suggested that the definition of all in this sense is huge, it's large, it's much more than perhaps what we would think of in immediate ways. And she encouraged us to interpret it in various ways, and that in a sense it's a limitless definition. She also brought us back to the concept of that there's a right to access sport, and that is linked to sport for all. And then with regard to access to Africa, she noted that these comments were made by Pierre de Coubertin in a different time context, of course, but Pierre de Coubertin noted that the battle has just begun, referring to Africa in those days in 1923. Europe doesn't know Africa. These people have remarkable aptitudes, and you were a bit fast for me, but you spoke of colorful style and also the diversity of language, the ingenious nature of Africans, mentioning music and culture. And then you spoke of the perceptions that they have of life. And I think that Marion's comments about Ubuntu in particular has reference here that some of the perceptions that we have of life in Africa truly has relevance today, such as the Ubuntu concept that she has spoken of. And then Pierre de Coubertin says the responsibility lies with whites, back in 1923. And if we take it forward 100 years, that's quite an amazing concept. He's also then developed a written pamphlet where he campaigned for African Games and proposed that African Games be held every 2 years. Lennon and others followed up in their discussions on that. And then I have a quote here which you can help me, Alexandra, if I have it wrong: to know, to govern, to know oneself. And Ray Dean also spoke later about that, and I'll coming back to that. And that with changing mindsets, that everything is actually possible. Then, Lilongwe, thank you for your inputs as well. The concept of shared humanity in Africa from your side, and that the issue of that one wish that everyone has access and equality, and that we need to work that out in terms of our definition of all and of what we mean by all. Who are we talking about? Who's covered when we say all? And the value, you also emphasized the value of ongoing education and lifelong learning. And you're actually the first one in the conference in yesterday and today that raised the issue of lifelong learning. And then it was taken up here in our discussion after that, and the arguments from kindergarten or before, all the way up to university from one of our other speakers. So thank you very much for triggering that and for raising that issue in our conference today. Dr. Chipande from the AU Sports Council, always there to support us, always present, Marion, always amazing perspectives from the African Union. He stated, and who has more mandate and legitimacy to say that the clear legacy of Pierre de Coubertin with regard to the vision for Africa is very clear, that the interface and the resonance between the work of Pierre de Coubertin and the Africa we want is indeed very real and very important. It's not only about the games, but inclusivity. The majority of the population in Africa is in actual fact still largely excluded from this. He spoke of sustainability of the use of sport in education, inequality, and that we need to create partnerships that's deeply rooted in local communities and local circumstances to be able to achieve that. He spoke of human rights, the rule of law, and good governance. Interestingly enough, with the AU and the Agenda 2063, he explained to us the 50-year agenda and then 10-year implementation stages and the need for acceleration of implementation. An active Africa, an innovative Africa, a united Africa, a sustainable Africa, working together, pulling together and in the same direction. Dr. Bella, my brother from Ghana, argued that we need to, that the aim of Pierre de Coubertin was, or the CIPC movement, that Pierre de Coubertin national committees is really to get the Pierre de Coubertin ideas across to all people in Africa. And he emphasized the concept of active Africa, that we need a comprehensive and active schools project that needs to reach social and emotional skills and what the youth needs. Bella also emphasized the issue of inclusivity, because he will take me up if I don't mention that, and also the issue of leading to active citizenship. And my mind went to your country, Matt, when he said that, you know, what active citizenship means. Is it possible that we are promoting grassroots up? Bella started asking us, is it possible that we are missing some? And he was talking at the grassroots level. What about those that cannot understand, that cannot read, that cannot comprehend? He spoke of social classes, of disparities, and that we need to bridge that barrier. Nisha, our friend and colleague from Mauritius, said that in Olympism and with an Olympic event like this, and with the work of sharing Pierre de Coubertin, is that it is really about all countries in the world coming together. She emphasized and said that was most important to her was education through sport, and that she really identified also with the Africa we want and the AU agenda, that it was about a prosperous, free Africa, relevant and active globally, and that was a huge challenge that we should all participate in addressing. Nisha also was one of the few that raised the issue of environmental challenges. We didn't go much into that. Climate change, you remember SDG 12 and 13 was perhaps an issue that we could have covered more, but thanks to Nisha for raising that. And she argued that the Olympic movement goes beyond the games and that sport development and peace also requires us to emphasize sport education at all levels, and that sport was a catalyst for social change. In one of the comments by one of the participants, the lady mentioned the important role of universities, importance of research, and what comes after school with young people, so that we really need to continue at the university level as well, given the emphasis on schools that was very important. Panel 4, youth leaders, ministers, and the issue on values and the SDP debate. I think Debbie Alexander, it was particularly important to us that we hear her and that we have her at the conference. Debbie is somebody that has such passion for mental well-being in particular. And she spoke of our ability to have compassion, to care, to love. And she read us a short poem, which was about being human and waking up every day and perceiving who we are. She spoke of introspection, and she said that that was the perceptions of ourselves, and that was created by our environment, including people and what they say about us and how they treat us. We are dealing with people that's differently from ourselves. We need to firstly understand ourselves before we can understand others. She said that in terms of mental health for young athletes, what impacts on athletes most is the school, the sport environment, and religious context beyond the immediate family in the first instance. So she argued that the immediate family was that first peripheral area that was so important, and that these other environments then continue to shape young people and impact on mental health. She warned us about the language we use in terms of communicating with the youth in terms of mental wellness. And she says that in sport, we forget the person. It is about the person. Mental health is a continuum, and that participation in sport is possible and desirable for all. So forgive me for taking a bit more time out to focus on Debbie's contribution, but I think these concepts and these ideas are very important. Sandrine, the Olympian in judo, very, very nice to have those direct athletes from you, Sandrine. Thank you for that. Interestingly enough, you say more problems? No, not necessarily, but that the problems have become more visible and are more spoken about. I see Debbie nod at that stage. So you are also educating us when you make those remarks. And Marion always raves about this. But the first time that the concept is mentioned, she said to us that role models really works. And so role modeling in sport and in our debate yesterday and today, and also perhaps mentorship, is something that we need to come back to. Seeing the sport bodies, that sport bodies do more and focusing more on mental health was something that's important to Sandrine, as well as connecting with others, which is also something that Debbie spoke about. Then we had Ray Dean from South Africa, the youth leader from the Foundation for Sport Development and Peace. And she made a very interesting point. She said that through Sport for Development initiative, you actually develop networks that can contribute to mental health. In other words, once young people are taken up in sport clubs, in sports associations and networks, that contributes to mental health, also in a peer sense. She noted the hopelessness and the isolation that the COVID period brought about. And she spoke of how we got back into life after the COVID period was through sport and through those type of activities. In terms of philosophy of life, she said that if we're not accepted in a society, how can we do well as an individual? So clearly that sense of belonging, very important. Youth lives in idealism. SDGs is a global or a goal. The SDG goals are an ideal world. But she said, so what for us too? We strive to these ideas. So like we set goals in the SDGs, she says young people set goals for themselves and they strive towards that. Jeremy, thank you for your comments on mental health. Actually, you said to us that SDGs and SDP, sport development and peace, are not much spoken about amongst the youth, and that for many competitors it's only about the medals, and that mental health is often just part of the preparation. But my own mind went to sports psychology. So with the various universities that I deal with, our young people get trained in sport psychology. But sports psychology in this sense focuses on how to be more competitive and how to handle high-level sport, right? How to handle it psychologically. It doesn't actually touch upon on the issues of mental well-being generally. Forgive me for generalizing, Prof. Some of you may well be bringing that into your sports psychology debates, but Marion, in a way, I feel we need to redefine sports psychology. I've been given a time warning.
At length.
I'm going to end off well, I thought I'm going to end off with Debbie when she says that we need to recognize life beyond we need to recognize that athletes need to focus beyond sport, and also once they finish sport in terms of the rest of their life, that sport is only one part of it. And then Ray, and I'll end there, Marion, spoke of the Oracle of Delphi, where she said that it's about know thyself, know yourself in the first instance, and then everything in moderation. In closure from my side, thank you for the opportunity to do these summaries, even though we have limited time. I've just skipped a bit because I've been given a time warning. I had a great conference yesterday and today. I think when we summarize, like Matt and myself have been given that task, we try and listen more acutely, not that we do. And personally, I think that I need time to internalize everything that was said yesterday and today. And in a sense, we then need to institutionalize it. In other words, take it back to our organizations and make sure that we take it forward. Thank you, Marion. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you very, very much.
Amazing.
I don't know who else does it as thoroughly, and it's also good to just reflect back when he has said. Sorry, I got a warning about time, and I didn't know how to get the warning.
No, so this is good, because now I get to do a sort of my closing overview. I have 25 minutes for this, right? No, joking. That was a joke. Were you awake for that? Some of you are not. Okay. This is going to be very brief, so pay attention or you'll miss it. Yeah, I'm just going to pick up where you ended, Christoph. This has been an incredibly inspiring day for me, 2 days for me, I think for most of you, whether you're here for a short time or for the whole time. And, many of the people in the academy and in the peace studies and peace research field have said to me, oh, that's really interesting. What is this that you're doing with these? What? These Olympic people and these sports people, what? And a few of them know Marion, and Marion was on IPRA's council some years back. But most do not, many do not. And to me, this network of networks, this series of groups that we all represent together, that you have been in touch with one another, some of you for a very long time, you are as much peacemakers as anyone I've met in any of my forums and academies and organizations. And the fact that you've done that through sports, that you've done that through the history and legacy of Coubertin, through Olympic values, is just your way. But there are many ways. And to understand you and get to know you better as peacemakers has been a thrill and an honor. Without getting too specific, because again, really, I'm just going to take another minute. It's not a surprise when going to an event that Marion organizes or that this group organizes to have the focus on Africa, and to have the inspiring session we had today on the Africa we want. But some of us who are longtime Pan-Africanists believe that if the African people were to get the Africa that you wanted, that you needed, that you deserve historically and in contemporary form, we would also have in keeping the world we want. One follows the other, and they're connected in a completely entwined way. And I guess finally, I want to say this. When I look at these words up here on the board, and I see Brian is trying to be in and out. He's not in, he's not out. But if he comes in, then he'll like the closing thing I'm going to say. Yeah, I'm speaking to you individually as well as collectively. That's sort of the way I do it. But when we look at these resolutions and at these purposes that we come up with, we really have already begun to fulfill the things that we have committed to. And so, yes, the question is institutionalizing it. The point is to continue it on individual, on personal, on political levels, on organizational levels. But we have certainly in these days enhanced partnerships, networking, and relationships. We have done that for sure. We have promoted clearly Olympianism and Olympic and Paralympic values, and in some ways deepened what those values mean for this time, for this moment, and for tomorrow. And we have and must recommit ourselves to promoting sport and peace, to promoting development and what development means in regards to sports, but in its own right. And we have, of course, committed ourselves to promoting peace, which anyone who's worked on peace for more than a minute knows peace only comes with justice and with justice for all. So for sports, for development, for peace, for justice, I thank you.
Very, very much, both of you. And there is mercy and forgiveness in the last one when we talk about Galtung. I really, really thank everybody who is still here. There's some people here and other people have questions. So thank you so very much for coming the 2 days, the 1 day, the people online. I'd like to call Jill and Alison. You're here already. That's perfect. I would like you to stay. Alison, I would like you to stay. Alison, Alexandra, Jill, and Christo. No, you're staying here as well. Prof. Madiba, Lyndon, Gary, Khame. So, yes. There's a lot of more of us behind the scene. Liko, who especially came in for basically 1 day from South Africa, flying here for 1 day. So this is the team, but there are more behind us. This is the team that is in front of you. There are others that had to leave. There are others behind us. There's Alexandra's team that has been working with the mayor's office that we had, the 7th arrondissement. There's Gilles' team behind. We had the rector there. We had the dean here. We have the support of this institution. And then everybody who came here comes with another team. So this is the team, and we will take this forward with your assistance and support. We are very, very grateful that you came. The Caribbean whole group, the Heidelberg group, had to run to their trains already. I will take it forward, and we really just want to say thank you so very much for being part of this family. And yeah, we hope to interact with you online in the future. Please don't hesitate to write, and have a wonderful time here in Paris. A very safe trip home, and thank your families from us that they let you go to come here for 2 days. Thank you so very, very much for it. And for Alexandra,
I just want to say a big thank you to the organizer, to the initiator, Marion Kaim. None of us would be here without her. None of us would have managed to pull out everything that's come out in those 2 days without you. You are the fire behind this initiative, and we owe a lot to you. So I think we should congratulate and thank you immensely for everything you're doing.
Can come on the 21st of September to South Africa. We have our International Sport and Peace Conference. On the 21st of September, we have our International Sport and Peace Conference in Cape Town. If you have never been to Cape Town, come to Cape Town. We'll send the invite out. And yeah, thank you also, Prof. Madiba, to let us go as well from the university. Thank you so very much. Safe, be safe. Apparently, yeah, just be safe and enjoy.
Thank you, Alexandra.
Alston, where's Alston? He's always running away from me. Alston? Where's Alston?
He's over there.
Alston? Thank you.
Joy, I love
Yes,
it.
and it's a sign for joy.
I love it. Thank you. I'm gonna carry this.
It's also my daughter's name, so for me it means
It
a lot.
means a lot. It's more than just
I have,
a
I
name.
have two daughters. Well, Tandi is a Kosovo word, it means love, and then there's joy. It's a good combination.